Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end.
All right, good morning everyone. Welcome back for day 2 of the 2023 Australian Photographic Prize. This is the family category. We are in room 3 here at the, what is this officially called? The Photography Studies College. This venue has been incredible for us if you haven't been able to join us in person. But for everybody that's online, you are in for a treat. We've got some amazing images coming up in this category. The family photograph must contain 2 or more individuals sharing a close emotional bond. Capture or create a moment highlighting connection, love and intimacy between family members. This may include parents, children, grandparents or extended family members. Composite images are allowed in this category as long as the digital post-production is not a significant part of conveying the visual message. I'm going to spit that out. Maybe not enough coffees this morning. All right, we have some amazing judges here in the room with us who are looking at a monitor of all of the images that are about to come through for us. If anybody is in the room watching us, please turn your mobile phones to silent. We do like a nice quiet room so we can hear our judges when they're delivering their feedback. This category is sponsored by one of my favourite companies, Canson Infinity. They have donated an incredible $1,500 prize of printing and Canson Infinity products. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about them as we go through this category and share some of my favourite papers. We actually have one of our judges who is a new Canson Infinity ambassador. Congratulations, Faru. If you haven't seen her work, please go and have a look at that. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm pumped for this category. Let us know where you're watching from online. And if you are a first-time entrant, please don't be nervous. You are in safe hands with these amazing judges. It's been through fantastic. All right, let's have our judges. I was just waiting for that little slideshow there to finish. In our hot seat number 1, we have Christopher Ian. Seat number 2, can I please have Julie Ewing? Number 3, can we have Faru, please? Come on down, fantastic. And what have we got? Jacinta's going to sit into Julie, you're in that one over there. And Jacinta's in chair 4. And we have Johan, who has come all the way from New Zealand. Ooh. This is an international competition, for those who do not know that.
I've just lost all the...
And if you hear me talking a lot or I say that we're having a little technical issue, that's because we have a brand new system here that is, okay, great. Brand new system here that's just warming up at the start of the day so we can make sure that everything runs smoothly and record everyone's scores. Okay, good to go. And I think we are ready to go. And I think you've got to log in. Fantastic. All right, let's start this category with our very first print, please. Is it? No, okay, I think they've got to be added as the judges down. Oh, yeah. So if you look at the print, then, yeah, while you're looking at it, you'll be added. It'll come up in a second. Lots of moving parts to make this event happen. We're very grateful for the team at the Australian Photographic Prize to put this together for us. Not only is it extremely educational, coming along and watching something like this or watching online, but it's also very inspiring to see work entered from all over the world. All right, our judges are entering their scores. Christopher, have you entered your score? No. I think he's just still logging in there. That's all right. We're just waiting on one more judge to make sure that they've logged in there. All right, thank you, judges. We have a score of 78, and you're all very, very close there. Could I possibly have a comment from you, Jacinta? You're right on the average.
Yes, beautiful capture. It's absolutely beautiful. The next thing to take it into the next award range, I would say, I think our moment is really about the family. Think about cropping in. There's a lot of elements in that image. Also your saturation, so especially on Dad, he's quite red. So just be careful in your editing there, just on skin tones. There's a few flying hairs in places as well.
Okay, thank you. Excellent feedback. Next print, please. So our judges are judging the prints that are in front of them, not the digital images that you will see on your screen as you watch at home. Although our audience has a great screen here that they can see the image behind the judges because they can't come up and see the print up close. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 77. And Julie, you're very close to the average. Can I get a comment, please?
Yeah, like super cool expressions on those kids, the absolute joy as they're jumping in, and great expressions on the parents too. For me, it was the positioning of the parents in it. It's a little awkward, so repositioning them so that Dad's leg's not sticking out awkwardly. And I can't tell if Mum has a left arm. If she does, it would have been much better to have it included in the shot. And I feel bad saying that, just in case she is an amputee, but it kind of looks like that. So, yeah, otherwise, like, awesome expression. So keep playing with this idea. It's a really great way to get a family portrait.
Yeah, very quickly.
I would have shot at a lower angle so that the children are isolated from the background. It's just a lower angle, and maybe you've gone 1 second too late. The sky would have been a better background for those children.
Thank you. Great feedback. Next print, please. So when our judges are delivering their scores, they are referring to a scoring criteria. And when our prints score between a 75 and a 79, this is what is considered to be a commended scoring range. So it's definitely something to be happy about. Scoring criteria sheets. If not, don't worry, yeah. But if you could find one, that'd be amazing. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 80. Johan, you're so close. Let's...
There's a wonderful honesty in this image. It's got this serene, sort of placid feel, and the relationship between these two kids is real. To maybe bring it a little bit higher, there's some splashes of highlight in the background that are distracting and draw you away from the main thing. But overall, it's got this lovely, warm, honest feel.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you. Next print, please. All right, thank you, judges. We have a score of 80. Faru, can I get a comment from you, please?
Yes. The image has such a strong level of communication and excellent emotion, and I really find this image striking as well. Perhaps to improve the image, there is some like overexpose happen in the right side of the image, which is a bit distracting and taking so much attention away from this story and your main subjects. Really well done to the photographer.
Thank you. Excellent feedback. Next print, please. All right, we have a few people online watching, which is fantastic. So I might ask our judges when they are delivering their feedback to make sure that they speak nice and closely to the microphone so that they can hear you loud and clear. I can tell you, being here in person is a little different to watching online. Not that I want to make you feel jealous, but there's nothing quite like seeing people you haven't seen for a long time and getting to give them a good old hug. There's been lots of catching up and conversations. It's been amazing so far. All right, thank you, judges. We have a score of 81. And we have a challenge. Thank you, yes, clap. That's a great score. And a challenge from Johan on 88.
Okay, I just have a question for all my fellow judges. Who did not smile when they looked at this image? Who was not feeling, gosh, this family stuff is powerful, they are energized, they are in action. And then you've got all these personalities coming through. They're individuals, and you know the one on the left, she's riding that pony really harsh. You know, he's having to ride, she's in control. She's bossing him around just by pulling his hair. And it's just exciting, energized, happy, and family. And it so fits into this category. It doesn't need to be arty-farty or anything like that. It's real. I gave it 88. Come on.
All right, Faru, you're at the other end of the scoring range.
I'm hearing you, Johan. Yeah, absolutely, the expression very well captured. The things that hold me back, it's a bit like highlight is a bit overexposed, especially in the subject like the main, like grandpa, I assume is grandpa and the grandchild, is a bit bright and takes so much attention away from the rest of the subjects, and also the background is a bit deep, dark, especially in the right side of the image. Maybe a bit contrasty for me, but I think I'm a bit harsh. I definitely can come up.
All right, Christopher.
I just see this, if this was a commercial shoot, you get into people's heads about clothing choice before they came to the session. And even the Oldham figure in the centre, he's perfectly dressed to advance. But in the background, to have people on a same plane and in advancing colours and receding colours is just working against it. So if we had the two characters on the right, and I did give this a commended award, in similar tones to the ones on the left, then the man in the centre would even more advance. So uniformity of tones would be so much more rewarding.
All right, let's go back. Jacinta would like to add something. Go for it.
Yeah, just because I'm probably on the same par as Johan, so I think it's good to add another dimension there. I'm on the same page as Chris, why I held it back, sort of going to that high 80s was wardrobe choice. And probably just a little bit, if you notice, the gentleman in the middle there, his expression is actually going to the left rather than directly at the camera. Everybody else is looking direct and he's looking slightly to the left. So if it was just one frame different and they were all looking in the same position, I think that would have elevated it just a little bit more.
All right, your right of reply, Johan.
Absolutely that. He wants to win that race, but the guy in front is pulling away, and he's trying to work out how I can ankle tap him.
Not a good visual.
Not that that's cheating. There is such a chaotic energy. This image is full of chaos. The background's chaotic. The clothing's chaotic. They've not been arranged in sports colours. They haven't been arranged in anything particular. This is just energy. And for me, it's about that energy. I gave it an 88. I'm not asking for moonbeams, I'm just asking for bright lights.
All right, judges, thank you. If you could keep your score at 88, Johan, and judges, if you could please re-enter your scores. All right, we have gone from, well, we've gone up to an 84. Well done. Thank you, judges. And the photographer will be very happy with that feedback and that score. Next print, please. Next print, I'll do a change. Yeah, so I'll go June. Yeah. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 79. And we have Julie on 88 who's going to challenge.
Yeah, look, I saw this as a well thought out portrait of these kids. There's a few reasons why I didn't actually score it a lot higher, and that was lighting could be finessed a bit more, the burnt out highlights. However, the thought that's got into it, like the daughter, you know, music, she's got makeup all down, things under her feet. The kid in the middle, you know, he's into his PlayStation. The one on the right, he's got the dictionary under him, he's on his computer, and the dog's got his ball. So it's actually showing the characters of all of these people in this family, and you can tell what they're like just from looking at the portrait. So I thought this was a really well thought out portrait and well produced, and I think we should be rewarding this for a more strong visual and emotional impact and a great narrative to go with it.
All right, thank you, Julie. Jacinta, you're on 78, I think, were you?
77.
77.
I am on. And I've stuck it in that range probably because of all the reasons Julie has said, because I see everything there, except the print quality and the darkness and the saturation, the highlights were just really bringing me down. I wanted to go higher, but for those technical issues, I sort of had it sitting as a highly commended because the communication there is fantastic, the storytelling, but it's just those little finessing.
Okay. Christopher, would you like to add something?
There's a real science to putting a highlight in the eyes. There's only one person there that's got a highlight in their eyes, so there's only one character that gets my sympathy, it's the dog. The others are soulless because there's no highlights in at least the person on the left, and the blacks are so cooked, there's areas where you just lose content. The clothing of the slacks, it's just a dead void in there. And so, yes, a little bit of a highlight in the child on the left would have just given us a little bit more sympathy towards that character.
Right of reply, Julie.
I can see that there's no highlights in their eyes because one's got a mask on and one's looking down, but that's the way it goes. I see these kids as total individuals in the family, and that's the way they've been portrayed. So they're very, very different kids. That's why they all look a little disconnected. But I think to actually show that in a family, in a portrait, has been cleverly thought out. Yes, there's printing issues and they could be definitely finessed, but I think this one is deserved of at least a, what are we, sorry, semi-finalist. I can't go the other word.
All right, judges. Julie is looking for 1 point to take it into that next category. If you could please re-enter your scores. Julie, if you could keep yours on 88, please. It stays as 79. So it will go for review at the end of this category. All right, before we have our next print, I'm going to do a judge change, so you can take that one away. If I could please have Joe, could you please come into seat number 2 where Julie is sitting? We're playing musical chairs, and I definitely did not remove Julie because, anyway. Lacey, could you please come into seat number 3 for Faru, and Amanda, could you please come into seat number 4 for Jacinta? We are going to play a little bit of musical chairs here, guys, so don't get too comfortable on those sidelines. We like to keep our judges fresh. All right, so once you are all logged in, we can have our next print, please. If it doesn't come up straight away on your screen, don't worry. Whilst you're looking at the print, we'll get you all sorted there. So we've got Joe going in here. Lacey, we haven't, oh, here we go. Your name wasn't coming up for us to select as a judge in the program. Just while we're having a little bit of a refresh here with our program for those online wondering what's going on, we have 5 judges on a panel. Each of them go up and assess the image that is printed before them, and then they come back and enter their scores. We like to change our judges regularly because it keeps them fresh and on their toes. Sometimes when you're sitting for long periods of time, you get a little bit of a sore bum. Gotta love technology, right?
Refresh your screen, Lacey.
And just refresh.
Fine.
Yay, we are in. All right. I'm glad it wasn't me that had to do all of that in the background here, because I wouldn't have had a clue where to start. All right, thank you, judges. We have a score of 78. And Amanda, you're on 79, very close to the average. Could I get a comment, please?
Beautiful, beautiful capture here of this this young family. It's nice light. To bring me up into the next range, I just would have liked a little bit more connection with that beautiful little child at the back. Maybe if mum or dad could have had an arm around them or something to bring them in, because this lovely expression coming through, and they're paying all the attention to the new baby. So just, yeah, that was the one thing.
It's almost like, what about me? Yeah, they often feel like that, don't they? A couple of our judges feel the same way. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. All right, so our judges are looking for lots of different elements when they come up, and I can tell you now for our viewers at home, they are literally centimetres from this print taking it in. If they could smell that scene, they would. But they are looking for impact, they're looking for technical skill, they're looking for all of...
Did you get my score?
No, score hasn't come through yet.
Yep.
Oh, it's come through now. Yep. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 88. So here's the thing, right? Johan's just put his hand up at 92 to challenge this, but he's not 5 points from the average, not the difference. But we also have Christopher Ian on 90, who cannot challenge. So that means we have 2 judges in our finalist category. So that means because I am your whatchamacallit, we've changed our names, our panel mentor, I'm going to challenge it. Because I really would love you to go up and have another look at this. I don't think I need to say anything. You have a scoring criteria in front of you, and I really want you to use that scoring criteria to assess your scores. Now, there will not be an official challenge as such with a right of reply, but I will ask you to make a comment once you've had another look at this print. All right, don't enter your scores just yet. Yep, okay. Yes, so you can now re-enter your scores, sorry.
There's no discussion.
Are we talking about it?
Oh, yeah, no. Okay, one moment, please. If I could rewind YouTube, I would. So, Christopher, I'm going to go to you first. Oh, you need the microphone.
Let's talk on a commercial level. This is an incredibly smart commercial portrait. Why? Because the only way it's going to succeed in that person's home is a 60-40 on their back wall. Because at that level, that family will become so explicit. But to us here, it's such a graphic design. We don't need to know the personalities of the children like a family would with a 60-40. We've got the parents in total restrained control of themselves, strolling out. The clothing choice, mum's the white, she's advancing, dad's the dark, the restrained. But the children are almost mimicking each other, with the youngest child trying to catch up to the other two. It is a beautiful use of environment to create a family portrait which still has expressions which tell you who does what in the family grouping. This is really, I feel so weak that I gave it 90. That's given me a big wake-up call. I'm going to make sure.
I was actually going to say, you need to reevaluate based on what you've just said.
I really do. I thought, no, I'm going to be careful about this, but no, I'm just feeling weak that I was so pathetic at 90. To me, this is almost mid-90s now, because as a commercial decision, it's so rewarding to us as photographers that people are making these images which can only be displayed as production of artwork, not simple things that go on mantelpieces. And this will be a heritage piece. These children will fight over who inherits this photo.
All right. Thank you, Christopher. Joe, can I please get a comment from you?
I was probably a little bit harsh on this image because it does have strong impact when it turns around. I had it at the high end of the, what are we in? Highly semi-finalist. For all of the reasons that has just been mentioned. I think what was keeping me down a little bit lower was I felt like the seagulls that are flying off the end of the pier, that they lost a little bit of the contrast that was in the family figures. Also, the grain that was in the water doesn't seem to continue up into the sky, so there was a little bit of, I thought, some technical things there, and potentially a little bit heavy on the right-hand side of the image with the crop, as in it could be coming in a little bit closer just to even it out. But it is a beautiful, stunning image, and I would, if this was my family, I'd be super proud to have this on my wall. So yeah, I'll be coming up a bit.
All right, Johan, a comment, please. You're on 93.
What a chicken person I was. Yeah, I should have gone higher. Yeah. Nobody's mentioned it, but what an exquisite black and white print. Tonally stunning. That slow gradation from the water through to the sky. I'm not seeing the grain, but whatever that is that you're seeing delineates the water from the sky. The motion, the flight of the birds, the fact that they're a different tone is even better because it speaks of a lighter freedom. The race that's happening between the kids. Whose kids don't want to win? What it says about this family, solid parents, they're all in stride, and the strides all are harmonious. So they are a family. They want that energy from their children, and they want that freedom at the end where they fly away and go and do their things as adults. You could read all sorts of symbols into it, but what they've done is they've made it so simple. So simple. So I think that this author should be rewarded highly, not with a measly 92 like I did.
Thank you, judges. Please revisit your scoring criteria there to see where you think that this print fits, and then re-enter your scores. We have a score of 93. Well done. Great discussion from our judges there. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 84. not quite far enough out there, and you're all you're all within that semi-finalist scoring range. Joe, you're at 84. Can I get a comment, please?
Can somebody else? Sorry.
Yeah, no, not a problem. Lacey, I'll get a comment from you, please.
This has such incredible
Can you
impact.
speak up just a little?
Oh, yes. This has such incredible impact, and it tells such a sad, emotive, and moving story. I think what would have got me up a little bit higher is just the print quality. I feel kind of let it down just that little bit. I would have loved to have seen a little bit more light on the mum sitting down. There's a little bit of haloing around her leg. I think that we could fix up possibly in post or even in camera with lighting. And that would have really brought that up, I think, into that finalist range for me.
Oh, excellent feedback. Thank you very much. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 81, and you're all relatively close there. Well done. Jacinta, you're on 81. Can I get a comment, thanks?
Yeah, beautiful subject that we're dealing with here. There's a few technical things that sort of held me back from going a little bit higher. One was our lighting. I was a little bit confused by we've got direct light on our subject's face and then lighting on our chicken, but we've also got the subject's arm is actually in shadow. So if there's light on the chicken and we've got shadow on the arm, it's sort of conflicting on. It's making me feel like it's a composite, so I wanted a little bit more believability in there. Just a little bit muddiness in our skin tones, and I feel that our background around the frame, I'm not actually sure if that's needed, especially so much of it.
Great. Thank you very much for your feedback. Now, before we have the next print, I'm going to do another quick judge change. Julie, can I get you to come into seat number 1 for Christopher, please? And Farouk, can I get you to come into seat number 5 for Johan? Told you I was going to play musical chairs. All right, we will have our next print, please. All right, thank you, judges. We have a score of 77. And for you, right on 77, can I get a comment, please?
It's well composed and well captured. The reflection is beautifully done, and perhaps watch out those bright area happen on skin tone and especially in a outfit for a better result.
Great feedback, thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 83. And you're all really quite close there. Lacey, can I get a comment from you, please?
Yeah, this is such a creative and beautiful presentation. I think we've got a little bit of mimicking of the triangle of light with the prism and of the colors. What really held me back was there were some problem areas in the skin of mum and baby towards the back. And if that could be corrected post, then I could really honor this print.
Great, thank you very much. Next print, please. Score of 83, that is a semi-finalist. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 77. And again, you're all really quite close there. Julie, could I get a comment from you, please?
Yeah, this family would love this photo. They all look really happy. A few things that could have been attended to bring it up. The stick piercing the child's head, and he's kind of like the central focus, and there's a stick that comes through and out of his head that could have easily been removed. Just the background is a little distracting, so perhaps cropping in a bit closer, and big wide open mouth sometimes, it's a great emotion and it looks, it's happy for them, but yeah, it's a lovely commended picture. I think that's it.
Thanks, Julie. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 76. And again, you're super, super close there. Amanda, could I get a comment, please?
Yeah, lovely family image. We've all been on these family shoots when you got everyone set up and then someone's not being cooperative, and it's great capture of that. So good comedy there, and I love the expressions on the boys. Perhaps Dad's not quite looking at maybe a little bit disconnect if he had a little bit more emotion there in what's happening. Maybe that's just typical fathers. But yeah, lovely scene, and I got a good laugh at it.
Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 79. Faru, you're quite close to that score. Can I get a comment, please?
Yes, the bond and the love and the joy capture perfectly. To improve the image, perhaps the left side of the image, the color palette is a bit saturated. I think perhaps if you desaturate it and make it brighter in the left side of the image, definitely benefit the image and improve the composition.
Thank you for your feedback. Next print, please. That will go for review, just so everyone knows, at 79. Anything that sits on the cusp of a scoring range at the end of the category will come for review with our judges again. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 78, sorry. My apologies. Jacinta, can I get a comment from you, please?
Yes. This is exquisite. That expression on that little one's face is priceless. The parents will absolutely adore this. In order to bring it up to the next category, I actually think this was really highly saturated. I think black and white would have suited this a lot more, and I'm assuming we've got a lot of white space on the left-hand side, which I just don't think is really needed.
Thank you. Great feedback. That is a cute face. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 77. Julie, you're very close to the average. Can I get a comment, please?
What an awesome capture of that dog. Like, it's pin sharp and all the water splashing around, and the expressions of the family along with it are fantastic. However, I think if the parents had have been standing and to the left of the frame so that they were watching on from the side rather than rather odd height behind the dog and the child, that just would have lifted this incredibly. So awesome way to shoot the family and keep playing with that idea and come up with some extraordinary shots for us, because it's got great beginnings.
Yeah, thank you. Next print, please. So our judges are staring at prints, and our wonderful sponsor for this category is Canson Infinity, who create what I consider to be the best paper, but you know, I'm not biased. The winner of this category will take home a $1,500 voucher to spend on Canson Infinity products. I know they're going to have a field day choosing and sampling all of their amazing papers. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 80. And again, you're all pretty spot on there. Amanda, can I get a comment, please?
Yeah, beautiful image and such joy in these children's faces. Really well framed in nice leading line going away there, and great, a well handled lighting as well. And yeah, I just really enjoyed it.
Excellent. That's in our semi-finalist category there. Next print, please. All right, thank you, judges. We have a score of 75. Farouk, can I get a comment, please?
Subtle color palette, their movement capture very well. Perhaps to improve the image to a higher score. The sky is a bit overexposed at the background and it's a bit distracting. Great exposure, well done.
Thank you, excellent feedback. Before we get the next print, I'm going to get Joe to come back on, please, for Jacinta. And Johan, can I get you to come on for Amanda, please? And next print, please. And just have a look at the print first. Whilst you're doing that, Joe, then we'll get you all logged in. So we've still got a few prints to get through in this category. So we're going to ask our judges to put a little pep in their step. And as soon as they sit down, enter their scores. No, you're in there. Just hit the refresh button. Can still see you on. That's right. I think they've all been booted out now. The minute I say let's get this cracking, because it's a rodeo. It was a really bad joke on my behalf. Yeah, if you need to, you can close that window and then reopen it. It often helps. Yeah, our system is, they're a little picky about who they like to be friends with here. And we are in. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 84. Well done. All right, Joe, you are on 84. Sure.
What a fun image. I don't even understand how the chair got up in the air like that, but it's great. As far as how it would move up a little bit, I think this could benefit from a little bit more contrast. I think the image is just lacking in contrast a little bit, which would just give it that extra punch to match the mood that's in the action in the image.
Yeah, great feedback. Thank you, judges. Next print, please. Canson Infinity do a great burrito paper that adds a little bit of contrast to your prints. Just waiting on your score, Joe. There we go. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 82. Well done. Now, you're all within that scoring range, so you're all enjoying it. Could I get a comment, please, from Lacey? Thank you.
Yeah. This is such a sweet portrait of this family, and the light has been super directed in the center, which I'm really enjoying. For me, the highlights are teetering on that hotter side, so just have a look out for your highlights, and this would bring it up for me.
Great, thank you. Next print, please. Family category is, I think, the most important category. We love seeing all of these beautiful family portraits come through. It's what most of us do every day when working as photographers. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 74. And again, you are all super, super, super close. Yes, please, Johan, get a comment.
Lovely moment between this couple, but as photographers, we're in control of all the elements, and it's such a shame to have poor choice of the placement versus the background, the trees growing out of the middle of their heads. There's, on one side it's clear, on the other side it's busy. So the balance is quite wrong. But beautiful glow and beautiful feeling.
Thank you. Great feedback. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 79. Right on. And we can't quite challenge that on 83, but I will grab a comment if I can from you, Faru. Would you like?
Can we challenge?
No. We have to be 5 or more points from the average of 79, but it will go for review. But if I can get a comment, that'd be great.
The lighting is very well designed and captured, beautifully done. To get the image a bit higher, I think the skin tone of the father is a bit orangey and a bit too warm, and it kind of blend with the background, perhaps desaturated a bit of the skin, and you definitely go higher. Very well done.
Yeah. I'm also going to throw in there a longer focal length would definitely help this print. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 79. Lacey, you are on 85. Let's challenge this.
Yeah, I really want to encourage my fellow judges to come back and have a look at this piece. We have a stunning architectural photo. We have a stunning family photo. We have a stunning creative photo. And I think this piece could really fit anywhere, which brings so much diversity. And I really enjoy kind of going up and looking, and there's not much to look at, but the more you look at it, there's more to look at, which I'm really loving about this. We've got this beautiful gradient that's going on that's been printed beautifully, and I would really, really love to see you have another look and come up to semi-finalist with me.
All right, Julie?
Thank you, Lacey. wanted to absolutely love this image because it has incredible impact. What a location. I just wish they had one of those apple boxes to stand on so that the glass wasn't dissecting both their faces and mum's hair flicking across with the shadow, because I found their faces very hard to sort of actually get that emotion out of. Beautifully printed and certainly a dynamic view, but I just wanted them up a touch higher.
Johan, please.
Cool. I gave this an 83, so I'm with you. I'm going to forgive the glass because it was necessary, health and safety, all those things. And then I'm going to love the hair and the face. It feels like the prow of a ship. It feels like the wind's blowing in their faces. It gives it an energy that is not overcrafted, not over-controlled. It feels real. I gave it an 83. I could even creep up. Yeah.
All right, Lacey, you'll write a reply, please.
Yeah, I'm with Johan on the health and safety. Is it a necessity? No, but I see where you're coming from with the photographic standpoint of being able to see those faces, and I still want to see just a couple more points. So
We are sitting on 79.
and I'm at 85. So just to be clear.
All right, judges, if you could keep your score at 85 for Lacey, and if you could please re-enter. Lacey's asking you to come up into that next scoring range. You got to put your score in, Lacey, I think. And we have a score of 82. Well done. Next print, please. All of the feedback from these challenges are very valuable to our entrants. Every single one of our judges knows how nerve-wracking it is to enter print comp. There's nothing quite like that feeling of submitting an image your very first time and then waiting for it to come up, because you have no clue when your photo is going to come up, in what order for judging. And then you just hope that the judges see what you are putting in front of them. The story, the idea, the concept. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 81. All right, if I could get a comment, please.
Yeah, I do, if that's okay.
Okay, Jo's on 87. She's going to challenge this.
So when this flips around, I went, oh, this is instantly a fun image. If anybody's tried to ever photograph adult children, it's, sometimes incredibly hard to get them to participate, but everybody is involved in this. The expressions are all different, showing personality. Mum's in the centre, like having the time of her life, because she's like, yeah, I've been wanting this photo forever. I think the colour palette is beautiful and soft and lovely, and I think it deserves to be in the higher end of the semi-finalists. The sand is great, the sky is great. Shooting on the beach can be difficult in lighting, and it's just handled really well, and I think it deserves to be awarded for the the quality of the image that's been captured in this moment for this category.
All right, thank you. Could I please get a comment? Johan's got his hand up. Actually, just wait one moment. Could I get a comment, please, Faru, somewhat at the other end of the scoring range there?
Yeah, I give it a high comment, like 7-8, and because of all those things. The color palette is divine, the choice of the outfit is very complement the color palette. It's very well, delivered in terms of the technique. However, they are very separated from each other. Like everyone is trying and looking in a different direction and just like going to a different direction. If they just like somehow there were more connection between them, definitely I would come higher. But I'm hearing.
Go for it, Johan.
I love the connection of the colour palette for the clothing. They're not the same, but they're similar enough to hold them together. I love the individuality of the running styles. You've got the loper, you've got the sprinter, you've got the enthusiastic, you've got the reluctant, and the hesitant. And then you've got the energy that's coming out of the people. And they're each individually expressing their own personal energy, and then they're not all staring at a camera, which I admire. So this energy, this individuality, and one more thing, they're a family, and that's it. Why did I only score at 85? I don't know.
Well, you gave it an 84.
84!
So... Julie,
Shame on me.
Let's grab a comment from you, please. Julie, if we could get a comment from you, please.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, we are here judging the family category, and this is obviously a very sporty, active family, so I think that's captured brilliantly. And as everyone else has addressed, the colour palette and so on, but you can tell there's competitiveness amongst them. You can tell by their shapes that they're all very active, so I think to capture the family in that way, which shows them truly how they are, that I was also a bit tight on my score at a low 80s. So, yeah, I can bring it up.
Yeah, and Lacey just wants to add a quick comment there.
Yeah, just quickly for me, the top of the sky was probably the darkest part of the image, and I felt like it was the most distracting. And so maybe I really would have loved to have seen a crop from the top, just a little bit to crop out that darker bit of sky. And then we've got some really beautiful color in the skin to the left, but as you move to the right, the boy on the right, his skin is a little bit more washed out than everyone else's, and so there was just some inconsistencies for me that kept it out of that semi-finalist range. Yeah.
All right, you're right of, get it out, Kelly. Right of reply, Joe.
I think if you take off that burning in the top, you just sort of lose the impact of this image. It holds everybody in the frame, and so I understand why that darkening of the sky is there. As far as the sort of the colour with the gentleman on the right, yes, he is a slightly lighter colour, but maybe he doesn't tan or fake tan as much as the other members of the family. So, you know, I think that the shape, if they were all squished together, running together with this athletic family, they'd be bumping each other out of the way, and maybe this is what's happened just before this frame to get these fabulous expressions. So I really hope you guys come up a little bit. It's a really strong family image.
Okay. Now you each have a piece of paper. Please write your score on there instead of putting it into your device.
You might need to share pens.
We're gonna go old. We're gonna go old school.
Do I have to stay the same, or do I?
You are the challenger, so your score needs to stay the same at 87.
I've written it in advance.
All right, so whilst our scribe here, the lovely Kay Davis, all the way from New Zealand, is calculating with a calculator, not in her head, so we're nice and accurate here. We have a new score of 85. So that went from 81 up to 85. Good discussion, thank you, judges. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 81. Well done. Johan, you're right on 81. Can I get a comment, please?
What a lovely energy here. Dynamic, fluid. There's a few questions that sort of make you even more curious. Why the trolley? Why the barrow? But the lightness on the right-hand side sort of is undermined by the darkness on the left-hand side. But otherwise, it's a great, energetic photograph. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Now, before we have our next print, we're going to do a quick judge change. If I could please swap Joe, Julie and Lacey and bring in Jacinta, Amanda and Christopher. Yeah. Oh, hang on. No. Sorry, Amanda, if I can get you to not come back in. Joe, if you could come back in, please. No, sorry, not Joe. Julie. All right. Now, the reason I may sound a little unorganised here with judge placements is because we have a couple of judges that know some of the entrants, and that's why we are moving them on and off the panel. All right. If we could get our next print, please, we will sort your logging in business out whilst you're viewing the print. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 84. And a challenge from Christopher on 90.
The print quality is exceptional. The fact that you can elicit emotion from us because of the posing, the lighting and the printing. When you get that triptych of all the things that should work in a print working together to give you an emotion, it's beautiful. The man's hand straying down his legs shows you like a small child. The dog is desperate for attention, for the love that he's giving. But the man's hand and his eyes are on something else. It's character. It's got so much character in this, and you've done that because you've actually lit to give us this emotional response. And then you've given us a print which reinforces the textures of the dog through to the man. But this is a very emotive photo. Seen in our studio every day where parents bring in their children and there's one parent that's probably thinking of the next stage in their life. And this is what's happening here. The children don't know their parents are breaking up. They don't know their parents have health issues. Here we have a dog that just wants love and he's lost in a moment which seems almost tragic. This really is the highest standard.
Jacinta, could I get a comment from you, please?
I sat this in the commended range, so I saw everything that you were seeing there, and I did feel the sorrow in this image. I think I was just wanting some more connection, I think, between our subject and the dog, and maybe that's intentional because it is an image of sorrow. And I was struggling a little bit with the blacks towards the bottom in the pants. I just found it was a little bit muddy, especially around the arm as well. Apart from that, that's what I was sitting.
Julie's got her hand up and then we'll come down to you. Everybody wants to speak.
Yeah, listening to what everyone's saying, but I actually am kicking myself and don't know why I'm being so hesitant. I'm being brave, Christopher. Dogs detect things. Dogs know. And if you're feeling down, they'll be there. That dog has the biggest grin on its face. It's looking so lovingly at that man who looks really sad. And I think the dog's detecting it, and I think that's what the photographer is trying to tell us in this story. And the muted tones of the print just suit that superbly. I just think it's brilliant and should really be recognised for it.
All right, let's come down to Faru and then we'll come to Johan and then back to Christopher.
Johan, I give it highly commended, and I feel like I'm with you. I'm hesitate when you said that if the dog feel the sorrow, they feel something, they feel perhaps sorrow, as you said. The thing that really hold me back, it's the paper choice. I think we need the whole treatment of the image is really soft. The light is so beautifully captured and gives such a soft and lovely moment between them. But the background is very textury, it's a bit rough. And I think the paper choice could definitely bring this image higher. But I'm hesitated and I really want to come up and I'm listening to you.
Johan.
Grief is dark and shadowy. I'm seeing sadness and unhappiness, and I'm seeing what you're seeing with the dog trying to please and cheer up. I'm seeing, it makes me feel sad, looking at this photograph. Makes me not feel sorry for the man, but to try and absorb his feeling. So in that instance, and the use of lines where the man's head goes down across the dog's head, and then his gaze goes across the dog's head, and it leads you to the hand, which isn't beautifully shaped. It's ugly shaped, but that's a strength. It shows grief, it shows pain. And then the enthusiasm from the dog is a counter. It's wonderfully framed, beautifully placed, and so grievous. I gave it a 87, but I'm happy to go up. And actually, Christopher, I don't know why you only gave it a 90.
Right, reply.
Anyone who's run a studio knows there's photos that seemingly never get collected, and it's not financial. They just sit there. And you go back and you go, I wonder why they paid for this when they collected. And if you've ever looked at it and you've shown people, like your assistants, and they go, I reckon they're not together. The parents can't. The children in the front row are all laughing and smiling, but the parents have got a slight disconnect. Mum's probably trying, Dad's thinking, as I say, of something else. This man is deep in thought. The triangles are perfect because there's a whole black wedge at the back. No one, thank God, has criticised how much darkness is behind that man, because it contributes to the weight of this photo, the oppression of this photo. It really is gold. Now, printing paper, I think if you'd gone to a Platine or anything that was going to give you beautiful, rich blacks, it would have been a Sledgehammer. This is a storytelling paper, and there's enough detail, even in the whiskers on his chin and the dog, to say this is a good choice. I really think this is the highest standard. It needs to be commended.
All right, judges, if you could keep your score, Christopher, at 90, and if you could please re-enter your scores based on your discussion. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 90. Excellent feedback and conversation. Next print, please. Why we have 5 judges? Because they all see something different. They all feel something different. And they all bring a different level of knowledge and experience to the panel, which is why we appreciate everything that they contribute. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 79. We are right on the average there, but we have a challenge from Johan on 86, please.
As much as for having the opportunity to bring this up out of a 79, I gave it an 86. I'm feeling a lot of things about this image. There's things in there that I don't understand, but then I ask myself, do I actually need to? There's the baskets of flowers. You know, why are they there? Does that matter is the thing. What really matters is that one hand on the shoulder, and that shows ownership, but not in a I own this person, but belonging. The person in the background is more tanned, more experienced, more lived than the person in the foreground. The foreground person is fresher, hence the flowers. The use of colour, the pink in the background and then this dark cerise in the foreground, you know, one's kind of like a fade of the other. And then there's so many things that you can bring between these two people as they go backwards and forwards between their faces. Is that really only worth, what is that thing called? Not quite a semi-professional? Come on, guys. A semi-final, sorry. Not quite a semi-finalist. It's more than that. It is at least a semi-finalist. Thank you.
Jacinta.
Thanks, Johan. Yeah, I scored this image as 77 in the highly
Just speak
commended.
up just a little bit.
Highly commended range. We have some phenomenal subjects to work with here. To me, I got the concept that maybe they were florists, you know, back in the day. But there was a few things that held me back from going up into that semi-finalist range, Johan, was there's a lot of colour balance issues there, especially in the lady in maroon. We've got her top is going from maroon and then into blue. And then we've got a lot of magenta and blue tones going on. I also think we need a little bit of separation from the background. I think they're too close to that textured background. They needed to be brought forward a little bit more.
All right, thank you. Could I also get a comment, please, from Julie?
Yeah, I also scored it in the semi-finalists because I thought it had, I thought maybe they'd just done a floristry course together, you know, and we're going to start up a new business. It's a bit of a start-up. But the colours with the flowers just brought them together. If they were just standing there without them, you know, perhaps it wouldn't have the same impact, but it creates also a lovely triangle from the flowers up through the ladies and back, so it draws your eyes back around all the time. I get a feeling they're celebrating something for the lady who was the more central figure, and I thought it was beautifully done, and the textured background's actually really a beautiful contrast or addition to it. So yeah, I was happy to score this as a semi-finalist range.
All right, your right of reply, Johan.
Cool. I acknowledge the blue around the arms. I see that. It's probably a good reason not to make it a finalist. Their proximity to the background, they've managed that well. Their proximity to the background, they've managed there well, where there's no offending shadows and things on there. So again, it just adds an element of ethereal sort of nothingness in the background. But there is a strength in their relationship. And I'm asking you to think about it, because we're going to have to look at it again otherwise. So let's do it now. Yeah.
Thank you, judges. Please re-enter your scores. And keep yours, Johan, it's 86.
Thank you.
And we have a score of 80. Well done. Excellent feedback. Next print, please. Must be starting to warm up outside. There's more people entering the building. Can we... Thank you, judges. We have a score of 79, right, which means it will come for review. Julie, can I get a comment, please?
Yeah, like beautifully taken picture of a family, and it shows the family. A few things that brought it down just below semi-finalist category for me. Dad's arm's a bit aggressive, I think, just that pulling sort of kind of motion. So if that had have been in a nicer position, that would have lifted a little for me. And it's just a little bit tight to the bottom. Just a little bit more, I was going to say air, but water would be good. Thank you.
Great feedback. Next print, please. Our judges are taking every element in before they enter their scores. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 80. And Christopher is looking at me. He's on 88. He'd like to challenge this.
I was really annoyed because there was one or two things that stopped me from going into gold, because the concept from back here says gold.
90 and above.
Yet the highest category, the finalist category, it really does. It's Ralph Gibson versus Eugene Smith. We're backlighting a family group, and it's just so intense that it's actually scary. But when you get up close, yeah, there's one or two people that the communication didn't get through to. So that's why it didn't go into that highest category. But as a concept, this is very courageous. And I use that almost in a yes, minister way. It is very courageous because as a commercial decision, what were you thinking? But in an award situation, you're pushing this category forward.
All right. Farouk, can I get a comment from you, please?
I think it's the left side of the image is the most strongest part of the image because of lots of details happen because of the backlight. And the family is beautifully captured with the backlight. I really love the rim light around them. But for me, the thing is really holding me back is the right side of the image, which is we almost lost lots of detail and it's really heavy-handed. And the bottom left side of the image is a bit heavy-handed as well. So I feel like composition is totally failed here. And a bit of like brightest area, exactly the center of the image is so bright and a bit distracting. But I can say I really love the backlighting and playing with this concept. I'm inside with that, but if you just explain me those issues, I'm coming higher.
Johan, could I get a comment from you, please?
Okay, I gave this an 82. I wanted to be way up there. I thought this was going to be fabulous. But then there were the little things that held me back in a big way. The photographer has control here. There's leaves and things going over part of the family, so the family becomes too much involved with the background. I felt that the choice of the crop through the shadows was not quite right, and you either needed more shadow where you saw the outcome of the shadow, or you needed less. And then, yes, the clumsiness of the darkness on the right-hand side. But I love the idea. I want to see it done, and I want to see it done just a little bit better.
All right. Yes, Julie, would like to add something?
Courageous is a great word because I think you're being very courageous. No, I think I wanted to love it as well, and I realised there's a fifth child in there, and you can only just see the tiniest little speck of their face near the child on the far right, and then the ones on the left, their faces are completely blackened out. So I would have loved more detail and just found the blacks too heavy and just not the lighting quite in there as I would like to see.
And your right of reply, please, in that fifth child.
What, Zeppo?
The height of the head is just at that little, the second one ends, it's a small child.
Yeah, it must be. All right. Well, look, I never denigrate people's work, so I'm just going to talk the positives. The positives are pretty obvious. It's moving this category forward in a dramatic way. Someone is trying for something which is almost somnolence, which was Ralph Gibson's thing, where basically you've got halination in one of the children. So actually they're the glowing child. I didn't notice there was a child missing. But I did notice that as a creative thing, like a CD cover or a magazine cover, this would do very, very well. So I think this is, I really don't think it's the highest category because I saw other issues, but I'm not going to pull it apart. But I certainly thought it was semi-finalist.
Well, it is. It isn't scoring an 80 at the moment. It
Oh,
is
no,
in the
higher than that,
semi-finalist
higher than that.
category. So if we could get you to keep your score at 88, Christopher, and if our judges could please re-enter their scores for this print. And we've moved 1 point to an 81. Well done, judges. Next print, please. But all of that feedback is obviously incredibly valuable for the entrant. And that extra point will be appreciated as well. All right, our judges are up out of their seats. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 78. Can I get a comment, please, Faru?
The beautiful light captured very well, and the children, especially in the right side, gracefully looking through the parents, perhaps more connection between all family together, definitely improved the image. Well done.
Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 81. Well done. All right, Julie, you enjoyed that. Can I get a comment, please?
Yeah, just great comedy in it, that they've gone down to the beach for their family portrait, and of course you've got the cheeky toddler that just decides to stand on her head. But what got me was the dog with his paw up on Dad, like, look at Moy, look at Moy. And, the smile on the dog's face, the best behaved child, of course, in the family. So, yeah, I awarded this a semi-finalist just for capturing beautiful comedy within the family.
All right, thank you. Next print, please. All right, thank you, judges. Johan, did you enter your score? Yep. We have a score of 83, and Johan's hand is straight up in the air with a score of 93. But it is, thank you, yes, clap, clap, clap. It's an automatic challenge, so you may start this little discussion, but you won't get a right of reply.
This is my right of reply now. Okay, so what a family. Each of these people has their own story, and this story is being told in their faces, their hands, their laughter, their smiles, their lack of a smile, their arrogance, their hatred of photography, their, I don't know what I'm doing here, but I'm here because I must. And each of these people is a person, and you can see that and feel that, and the photographer has given to us this complicated mix in a cohesive way. I love the guy on the end. He's just there, and I'm here, and I'm just too cool to be in this photograph. But I own it, but I'm too cool. And the other guy on the other end, I just love being in here, and these are all my people. And these are all the people of somebody, and they're all together, and somehow they love each other, and I feel that. And I hope you feel that enough to go up to a higher score than a measly 83. Thank you. But it's your choice.
Oh, I love that. I love that so much. Julie, please.
No, I hear you. Grandma, somebody's rung the photographer, said Grandma wants a photo of the grandkids. And they've all come along in their mismatch and, just hop in together and, you capture what you do with the expressions and just all the interactions. And as you explained, all their personalities. So, it is well done. It was just, I think, the crouching, the kneeling in it or something. I was trying to think, is there a nicer way they could have been positioned and still get this interaction, which would have made it of that level?
All right, Jacinta, you're on 83. Can I get a comment, please?
Yeah, I loved this image, Johan. Like, I'm with you. I was on 83, and I will be moving up, depending on how far. I can relate, being a mum of 4, how extremely hard it is to capture not only 4, but we have 10 characters in this image here, and all we can tell their personalities. I actually like that guy in the end, like you mentioned. I like the tension too with the crop, with his arm, because he is tense. I also find that crop is intentional and it works really, really well. The only thing that was holding me back was just a few minor things with muddiness in legs, and there was a few, I think, fluff or something coming down from the bonnet of the little girl that's got a beanie on, but very minor things. But other than that, it's an exceptional image, and well done to the photographer.
All right, Christopher, would you like to add anything?
One of the criteria of this category is, will this be rewarded by people in years to come? In other words, what will happen? Will these children fight over this photo? Will it become an heirloom? And it absolutely jolly will. Even the child that's probably got the woolly hat on is not that interested in being there or tense. She will want this photo. So to me, I've underscored this. I'm going up. I was too wound up in technicalities about printing. But yes, this will be an heirloom item that will be discussed, because who's going to inherit it?
All right. Now, you don't get a right of reply, but do you have anything that you would like to add, Faru? Thank you, judges. I could listen to you all day, which is why I'm here. Please re-enter your scores. We have an 88. Well done. All right. That was our last print for the category. Thank you so much. Don't disappear, we have reviews, so stay seated. We're going to bring those up. All right. All right, we are about to start our reviews. This is where prints that have scored either 74 or 79 or 89 will come through this process. Our judges are given a little card. On one side it says no, the other side it says yes. When the print comes up, they will be asked if they feel that it should go to that next scoring range or if it should stay where it currently sits. So they will show me a yes if they think it should move, or a no if they think it should stay at the current score. So let's have our first print. This is currently sitting at a score of 79. And it will stay a 79. Thank you, judges. So we just need 3 or more to determine whether it stays or goes. This is currently sitting at 79, and it will stay at 79. Done that one. Oh, hang on. This is currently a 79. And it will go to an 80. So we're just bringing it up in the system. It is currently a 79, this print. And it will stay a 79. And that is it. Thank you, judges. Well done. All right. I just wanted to say, as we wrap up this category, thank you to everybody that is tuned in online. Thank you to everybody that is sitting in our audience. And thank you to our amazing judges and our print handlers. It's been an incredible category. And of course, our lucky last person, or not person, but I want to thank our sponsor, Canson Infinity, for donating a wonderful prize of $1,500 for this particular category. Our winner's going to be very grateful. All right, thank you so much. We'll be back shortly for the portrait category in this room.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that Canson Infinity offers, then Rag Photographique is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or other creative uses. It has one of the highest DMAX ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images: landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Rag Photographique is a great choice.
Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO Color Edge for their image creation. ISO Color Edge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Baryta Photographique is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from Platine Fiber Rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas Platine Fiber Rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographique is definitely one to consider.
thing I didn't realise getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. Yeah, that was me when I first started. Hey, Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Time, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that CanSign Infinity offers, then Rag Photographique is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or other creative uses. It has one of the highest DMAX ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images, landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Rag Photographique is a great choice.
Introducing ISO ColorEdge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. ColorEdge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO ColorEdge for their image creation. ISO ColorEdge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Baryta Photographique is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from Platine Fiber Rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas Platine Fiber Rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographique is definitely one to consider.
The one thing I didn't realize getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. Yeah, I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. That was me when I first started. Hey Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting.
welcome back to our online audience. We are here for the 2023 Australian Photographic Prize Portrait category. This is a big category. I am excited to be here, and we have an incredible panel of judges ready and raring to get going. Whilst you have a look at the run through here of the portrait images entered into this category, I'll read the category description for you. The purpose of the portrait photograph is to capture the subject's essence and convey their personality, character and story. Entries must include at least one person and may range from candid photographs to formal portraits of families, groups and individuals. The full range of post-production and digital manipulation techniques, including composites, are permitted. What else is really exciting about this category is our sponsor, Global Imaging Products, who have donated an incredible $1,500 prize to our winner of the category, plus a $100 gift voucher to all of our finalist images. Our judges will be judging the prints that come through, not the digital images that you are currently seeing on the screen. And we are going to go through and get some great comments and feedback from all of our judges, which I'll introduce shortly. so much for your patience whilst we were sorting out a couple of little technical issues there for the portrait category. But we have a panel of 5 judges and we have our print and our very first print ready to go. So let's get this started. Thank you, judges. All right, we have a score of 79. And we have Johan's hand up and a score of 87 for a challenge.
Okay, Sydney and I are accustomed with it again anyway, so let's try this now. Who can look away from those eyes? Who can criticise? Who doesn't feel an intensity from this image? This image is strong, it's simple, it's not complex and messy and overdone. It's just here. And then there's this intense look from this child. It's so strong and it's captivating. And that's what a portrait should do. It should tell a story, but the most important thing is to be captivating. Okay, the next step. Just touch it up over the city line and some of the work.
Right, Jeremy, you're at the other end.
Thanks, Ron. Yeah, guys, I'm certainly engaging the design of the placement of his arms, his hands, really beautiful. Eyes are beautiful, crisp. But outside of the eyes, I think it's just a little bit too soft for me. I would have really loved for it to stay for the next I don't not a lot of detail coming through the dark in that one, but I really wanted to love this thing when I put place close to the brick. I just felt that like I need to soften it.
Joe, do you have something to add, please?
When you say you can't look away from those eyes, I'm distracted by that white patch on the above his right temple, their right temple. Also with the printing and the voice, whatever the child is leaning on with their arms, into those whites. So they're just working on nothingness, and that's what getting into the named area, which is
Cool. I too was concerned about that one. And so and then I realised that it was a hair culture and it's a statement by the child. And the fact that you couldn't apply it into it gives it an ambiguity that is actually quite complex and it makes us think. The design is simple, it's strong. I love it. I gave it 87.
We're asking for 1 point taken into that next category. Judges, if you could please rescore, Johan, if you could keep yours at 87, that'd be great. Right, we have a score of 81. Well done. Judges, great feedback. Next print, please.
No, we just,
Oh, sorry. Yes.
I need to
moving past it and make sure that everything is correct and being recorded.
This is the one I'm using.
With a score of 76. You're all quite small there in that area.
It's pretty clear that there's a strong story here, and it's interesting, it's engaging. I feel like perhaps some of the communication is a little bit confusing. There are lots of different elements to look at, and the treatment is possibly at odds with some of the elements in the story. That's just how I read it. And I think maybe if there was a bit more cohesion there with the narrative, that could help. And also that's with regards to some of the elements too, like maybe bringing down tones in some areas so that you're more drawn to the subject itself. And then where's
Our judges are looking at a lot of different elements and there's an image, more creativity and impact, storytelling elements, colour, composition, print quality, we have a score of 89. Thank you, judges.
One point. Come on, let's get this done. Okay, so narrative. Eggs in one basket. The birds have flown the coop. She's trying to hold on to that inner part of family. Photographically, we talk about composition, lighting, beautiful. Print handling, exquisite. So think really more in that narrative side of what I'm depicting on the shot. I don't know if you guys saw that narrative, so if that helps you guys out. So let's see if we have any other comments from anybody else.
All right, if I can get a comment, please. I might go to Johan, thank you.
Hi, I gave this an 83. I wanted to really love this. I didn't fall in love with the face. I felt the face was staring at me rather than looking at me. Maybe it was challenging me, perhaps. The circle around the woman's head, there's a flower coming out of the top that is almost annoying because it breaks the beauty of the oval shape of the egg, of the form, of the frame. And so there's all these little things that just niggle at me. I do like the touch of green from the leaves, yeah. But yeah, I gave it an 83 and I'm very happy to listen and who knows what might happen.
Jeremy, can I get a comment from you, please?
Yeah, thanks, Craig. This is a good challenge. I didn't notice the egg shape around the entirety of the image as well. It's just like a a repetition in there of the circles, and some of the things that you saw in there, I didn't see those. Johan, I didn't see the flower. I mean, maybe that's part of, the flower looks dead to me, so maybe that's part of that story as well. Yeah, this has challenged me, and I'm still getting challenged, but there's a really great design through this beautiful image as well. I'm willing to move.
All right, Joe, can we get a comment, please?
I was up with Craig in the finalist category. I gave this a 92. The reason I didn't go up higher with this was because the story, I was hoping for somebody to explain a little bit more about what they're seeing in the story there. But the frame within the frame within the frame within the frame that draws you into her slightly uncomfortable stare back at you, it just challenges you, and I think it's beautiful, and I think it should be awarded for the fantastic image that it is. But I would love to hear a little bit more about the narrative.
Katie, do you have anything that you'd like to add? I don't have anything. Okay. Well, you have a right of reply, Craig.
That's the whole beauty of this. You know, if I'm depicting what the photographer has brought to us here, they're trying to make that uncomfortable feeling, that what annoying, that, dare I say, children or kids that have flown the coop and trying to hold to that, what draining that, bringing up that the kids have flown the coop, that life story. So thank you for the word of annoying. I think that's what the beautiful aspect of this photograph is. It's trying to create that sense of tension. So if we're talking really rewarding this photographer to bring something so creative to us, to challenge our thought processes on this photo, that's what they've done. So I encourage you guys to come up. I scored at 94, so in the finalist category.
All right, if you can keep your score at 94, and if we could please re-enter our scores based on that discussion. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 92. So that is in our finalist category. Thank you. Great challenge. Next print, please. We have a score of 76. Thank you, judges. And you're all quite close there. Can I get a comment, please, from Jeremy? Thank you.
Yeah, lovely portrait of this person. I couldn't read much more into it than what I could just see, so I put it in commended. Lovely capture.
Thank you. Next print, please. Use the full range. We're going to get our judges moving real quick, not quick through this process, but utilising their time. Thank you, judges. Not refreshing? Thank you, judges. We have a score of 90. All right, well done. And you're all pretty close there. I might get a comment, actually, if I can, from you, Johan.
What a lovely feeling this gives us, a respect for age, a respect for death, the wonderful use of lines to bring us to the lady character, and then another wiggly line to bring us to the dead bird. Very strong, very simple, strong in being simple.
Yeah, well done. Thank you. Next print, please. It's already come through. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 75. Can I get a comment, please, from you, Craig?
Yeah, look, there's a nice little story. I think the lighting's quite nice on him, but I think it's very in your face. But, you know, nice composition, nice story, telling this guy and reliving his possibly a jockey. So I really had a really nice little feel to it. So, you know, it's set in the commended, so that's great.
Thank you. Next print, please. We've got lots and lots of prints to get through in this category. It's always exciting seeing the portrait category get judged, because there's a category I've grown to love over the years of seeing people's imaginations run wild with their storytelling. So you're going to see a really good range of images. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 79. I was waiting for it, Craig. You're on 93.
I'm at 93. Yeah. Look, it's a very, very conceptual piece here, and you know, the more I'm involved in photography, the more I see conceptualism, and what I'm seeing here is a girl that's really comfortable in her own identity, but the posture and the pose is very well thought out by the photographer. There's a lot of communication going on in relationship between that, the engagement between the subject matter and us as the audience. It's just really opening up a lot of questions about that. So I'm really rewarding this photographer with that visual communication, that brashness and harshness of someone's identity, and this empty space, so you're really just stuck and drawn onto her. Really, really clever use of harsh lighting on her, yet she's disguised, and hiding her physical identity, but yet it's still really wanting those elements. So I really rewarded that photographer, and I think you guys can really think about that exceptional visual communication and emotional impact. And that the originality and that narrative and that concept. So I'm going to leave for a couple of comments after I hear from the rest of you.
Jeremy is at the other end of the scoring range, and he was standing up there next to you having another look at this print.
Thanks, Craig. I think the negative space on the left is just a little bit too much. I'm drawn to it, and I can't stop looking at that negative space for some reason, maybe because there's so much of it. I just think with a better crop and a little bit of straightening may have just brought me into where the attention should be, which is on her. But then when I try and get into focus on her, I think the lighting's maybe just a little bit too harsh both ways. I'm listening, Craig.
Johan, do you have something you'd like to add?
Just to reinforce what you've been saying about cropping, I think cropping would have made this a stronger image. The fan in the bottom, the other bits and pieces, the diagonal lines, the messy top, all those things could have been removed just with a very simple crop, and made it so much stronger and simple.
Okay, and right of reply, Craig.
I think that negative space is deliberate. That negative connotation that we have on human identity. Do we know it's a she? Do we know it's a he? Okay, so that negative space really adds that element. Thank you for that. Brilliant. It adds that whole nother element. See, I knew I needed another reply, and that's what I wanted. Again, the conceptual photography offers up that connotation. That's really opening up and thinking conceptually what that photographer really is intending. So think about that negativity.
All right, if you can keep your score at 93, and judges, if you could please re-enter. 93?
93?
Yep, and if judges, you could please re-enter your scores. All right, we have a score of 82. Right, all of that feedback will be very valuable. Thank you. Next print, please. Scores. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 76, and you're all relatively close there. Johan, you are on 76. I might get a comment, please.
Right. If we could remove a little bit of the foreground. Great use of red. Great use of red. Very, very exciting, very energetic, reminiscent of a pop culture type thing, or popular 50s. The expression in the eyes says, I am doing this for the camera, I'm not doing this for myself. And that for me was a letdown, but beautiful use of red.
Thank you. Next print, please. thank you, judges. We have a score of 78. All right, if I could get a comment, please, from Katie. Thank you.
Yeah, this is a very strong composition. It has beautiful textural elements and it's quite well printed. I just feel like we're missing the story, we're missing a narrative there, so that would have really helped.
Thank you. Now, before we do a next print, I'm going to do a judge change very quickly. Could I please have Julie, Christopher and Faru make their way down for Joe, Johan and Katie, please. Now, because we're not going to stop for a lunch break, if you're sitting off the panel and you've not eaten, you can go up and grab a quick bite to eat for lunch and come back, if that's okay. All right. What do you have to? Oh. Alrighty, let's have our next print, and whilst you're looking at the print, we'll get you sorted with your login. Yeah, you'll get sorted. All right, thank you, judges. Just hit refresh, Christopher, in your browser.
Just refresh.
You might have to go out and come back in again. All right, we're just waiting on one more judge to log into their score, and we have it. Fantastic. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 78, and you're all relatively close there. Julie, can I get a comment, please?
Beautiful woman, beautiful time in her life, and beautifully curated with the outfit. Lighting-wise is really well done. I just think it was a little underprinted. Needed to just be a little bit deeper, so we got a bit more tone in her skin and highlights.
Thank you. Great feedback. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 81. All right, Farouk, can I get a comment, please?
Such a divine color palette and such a strong feeling portrait, and the lighting is very well controlled. To improve the image, I feel like the outfit is a bit bright and distracting, perhaps tone it down to benefit the image.
All right, thank you. Next print, please. Yep, that's the one. Am I muted? Thank you, judges. We have a score of 77. And Julie's just popped her hand up there to challenge that on 84. Thank you, Julie.
I awarded this person for trying something quite different. I'll point out the obvious flaw to me that actually brought it down, and that was the separate second catch lights in the eyes. And if they were taken out and you just had those little pinpoint pupils, it gave it such a extraterrestrial sort of look, as the colouring does over it. But I applauded the photographer here for trying something different. They've added like smoke within it, the makeup or artwork on the lady, and just the pose. I found it quite a striking portrait, and the colours added to that. So I was bringing it up into a semi-finalist category, just hoping we can get a few more points here for the effort this person's put in.
All right, Craig, you're at the other end of the scoring range.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think the part that took me away, and I just want to know why we've got this dark part off on the right-hand side. Very graphical. You take that out, and I'm there with you. So that's where I stuck it in the, below award standard. So.
All right, Christopher, you're on 80, so you've got a little bit of support there, Julie.
It's really just spotting. You've got a very wicked catch light, and you're diffusing it with two other little catch lights. There's even spotting needed on the teeth, and you'd have a killer image. I do understand the negative space on the right, because you're just creating a depth issue. Is it going backwards or forwards? That plane, is it coming forwards, towards the back? So it's unsettling us. You're very clever, but it's just finessing that last bit.
Right of reply?
Yes, thank you, Christopher. So I think it could come up a few points. I like the back part. This is where our extraterrestrial has stepped out of the spaceship. And I think with that sort of smoky feel behind and everything, that change of tonal range there just really lifts it, and it actually helps the subject.
All right, thank you, Julie. If you could leave your score at 84, and judges, if you could please re-enter your scores. All right, we have a score of 80. Well done. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 77, and you're all relatively close there. Can I get a comment, please, Jeremy?
Yeah, this has been beautifully lit and really beautifully captured, but I think it's missing some connection between the mother and the baby. Her gaze off to the top left in that negative space loses me a little bit, and the tension of her bent legs. I presume she's resting on something, but I can't see that. So the bent legs, to me, just feels like she's collapsing. So there's a tension there that I can't reconcile in my mind. I put it in commended, beautifully captured, beautifully lit.
Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 80. And again, you're all really quite close there. Christopher, you're on 80.
Yes, you're an excellent practitioner of what you're doing here. Your lighting's beautiful. You can get detail in material and differentiate it from your background. It really is just a one-trick pony, though. It's the smile that's getting us all in. So that's why we've given you that status, yes.
Great. Semi-finalist image. Thank you. Next print, please. Eight. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 82, and you're all well done, yes. Julie, you liked this one?
Yeah, I walked down an alleyway this morning and I'm kind of glad I didn't run into them. But what awesome chicks. Like, they just look so tough, and it looks like a photo for a play, something like that, that you could just think, okay, you get the idea of what it's going to be about, or about their friendship, and they just look like I think it's really well taken, and all the colour schemes go, and I love the no standing sign, and that's exactly where they're standing.
Yeah, that keep clear.
Yeah.
Look out. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Jeremy, did you enter yours? Let's just hit enter. Sorry? Jeremy didn't hit enter. He has now. All right, we have a score of 77. Thank you, judges. Julie, could I get a comment from you, please? You're right on the average.
It shows a very high level of skill for lighting, printing, posing, beautiful skin tones, gorgeous little face, and homage to a newborn shot. But a really pretty photo and beautifully taken.
Anything that the photographer could do to take it into that next level?
Perhaps positioning. I found it made the legs look stunted to me from perspective-wise. So perhaps a different camera angle
Maybe
or a
different
crop.
Focal length?
Yes, that too. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Next print, please. Yep, that's it. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 77. And again, you're all sort of somewhere around that range. Can I get a comment, please, Faru?
Such an interesting theatrical portrait. The expression is really well captured. However, I think to improve the image, I feel like the half bottom of the image is really underexposed and we almost lost details. Maybe different choice of paper could bring back all details or a bit different exposure. Yeah.
Thank you. Great feedback. Next print, please. Judges, we have a score of 78. Oh, am I still muted? No, I'm not. 78. Thank you. Can I get a quick comment? You can. If you want to challenge, go for it. You sure can. You're an 83. It's almost abusive.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. I didn't mean to wave my hand too hard. Look.
Ego.
I'm really rewarding the photographer for giving this energy and flow to that sleeping baby. The part that I really love, this circular aspect, but yet this beautiful aspect of the wheat in the background. If you didn't have the wheat, you lose actually the element of three-dimensionality. and then you're stuck with the baby. So I think that wheat there really adds that element of extra three-dimensionality and more depth to that image. So I'm really actually rewarding that photographer some real creative propping and styling of this photograph. So I think you guys can revisit this and give it a little bit more oomph the way I've given it at an 83.
Yeah, okay. Julie, you're on 76.
I actually found the wheat, as you call it, some of the too bright and distracting. My eyes just keep going to that all the time, if it had been something else. But just also, I think all those muted tones from the baby down just are a little incongruous colour-wise to me to the warmth. So there's a little bit of disharmony happening there with the colour and the distractions.
Okay, excellent. And yes, Christopher, please.
We're going to be really nasty here, but really the hands, you had some sleeping baby, so you're in charge of where those hands go because the child's not going to take instruction. And the hands are just so distracting. If you mentally keep the scarf across and have no hands, which makes it a simpler image, but a much more satisfying one to look at. Those fingers are just so jarring. And you're in charge of that.
Let's get a right of reply, please, Craig.
Oh, dear. Look, I think sometimes we can, as judges, we can, I want to work with us, we can overlook and think about the jarring side of things, but I think we can think about the communication that the photographer is really trying to portray in this shot, really simplifying a simple shot and having some fun with it to create some energy and depth to that photograph. So I think we look past some of those nuances that we tend to hang on to and look more about the communication of the shot too.
All right, thank you, judges. If you could keep your score, Craig, at 83, and if we could please re-score, re-enter. All right, it will go for review. It's come up to a 79. So this is why we have 5 judges on the panel, each with their own vision and ideas around the compositions that are presented to them. Thank you, judges. And you are all very close there. It's 74. Farouk, could I get a comment, please?
I think there's clearly there's a narrative here, but it's not really obvious. And also, I think the lighting, to improve the image, perhaps the lighting of every single subject could be somehow cohesive, which we don't have it here. But I really urge photographer to work in this concept and come up with the more great images.
Excellent feedback, thank you. Now, before we have our next print, I'm going to do a quick judge change as we let some of our judges go and get a bite to eat. Jeremy, could I get you to go and grab some lunch, please? And Katie, could you come on for Jeremy? And Johan, could you come on for Craig, please? please. Oh, we have to change those two. Sorry. No. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 73. And again, you're all really quite close there. Julie, can I get a comment, please? You're right on the average.
A great concept to perhaps explore further. Just a few unanswered things for me. One, the colour toning of it. I was thinking, are they through glass? But that didn't kind of work for me. So I was just trying to work out, and, you know, messy hair, things like that, if you're really trying to portray some sort of romantic relationship to keep it strong. Thank you.
It's almost like he's not there.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Next print, please. All right, so for the people online watching us that are kind of new to this experience, I am a panel mentor. In the past, we've been called panel chairs. I used to say channel pair. I was reminded of that yesterday by a good friend of mine, Rocco and Cora. He used to tease me. And I'm not a sixth judge, I am a sixth set of eyes. Thank you, judges. They're all very similar there at 73. Johan, can I get a comment, please?
Like the sense of grit and determination in the person's face, but every time I look at it, I go boom over to the bright side, and that's all I look at. So, for a bit of strength, maybe get rid of that and add some contrast.
Great, thank you. Next print, please. We have a score, thank you judges, we have a score of 84. Now there are three, this is amazing, yeah, well done. And you're all very, very similar there in your scoring range. Katie, could I get a comment from you, please? You're right on 84.
Yeah, there are lots of things to really enjoy about this. It's clearly created by a photographer with incredible vision and skill, technical skill for constructing the image and the way that it's been printed. It has a really intriguing colour palette. The only thing that kind of held me back a little bit, because I wanted to go a little higher, was I'm confused by her actual stance. I can't see her other leg, and there's something about that keeps making me want to look at that and try and understand it, whereas I think the point of the image is in all of the other details. So that's just maybe something to look at with the posing.
Very quickly, Christopher, yes.
The image is overlit for the amount of drama you're trying to create. If you simply put a lasso around the upper chest and face and let everything slowly grade out of there, you wouldn't have branches going out to the edges. It'd have much more drama because your actual aesthetic is brilliant.
Thank you. Excellent feedback. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 89. So this will go for review at 89 at the end of this category, 1 point. So our judges must be 5 points from that average score to be able to challenge. So that's why you heard the from one of our judges, because they weren't quite 5 points from that average. Anyway, if we could have that print taken, please. It'll go for review at the end of... Oh yes, this is exactly what I'm doing, 2 jobs at the one time. Katie, please.
Yeah, look, I scored this in the finalist range. There's just so much in this image, so much work on behalf of the photographer to tell us this very intricate story, so many details. There's really nothing to fault. I'm incredibly intrigued. I don't fully understand it, and yet I kind of, rather than sometimes thinking there's something missing here, I think I'm maybe missing something, but I absolutely love it anyway, because you can just tell that every single detail has been completely thought out, and it's so evocative and unique, and you know, all of the technical things have just been handled brilliantly. So yeah.
Thank you for your feedback. All right, so as I said, it will go for review at the end of this category. All right, before we have our next print, I'm just going to do a little chair change, well, panel mentor change. I'm going to go have a bite to eat, and Andrew Campbell's going to come and step in here for me. He's already logged in by the looks of it.
welcome back to just make sure I don't stuff it up. Can we have the next print, please? Do you use an Android? Thank you. Just waiting on those scores to come through.
Just refresh your screens if you can't get in, guys.
Alrighty then, we have an average score of 87. All right, we're all pretty close. That being said, somebody there is on 92. Peru wants to challenge it. Go ahead, Peru. There you go.
Oh wow, such a beautiful color palette. Warm, delicious, such a lovely, delicate posing. Oh my God, everything about this image is perfect. You can't say anything wrong about in terms of technique of lighting, posing, makeup, outfit, background. I really want to know why you are not sitting in gold. Sorry, in finalist.
Let's find out. Johannes, would you speak to the print, please?
All those things are so perfect, but the one thing that stands out is the candle. And the candle has a purpose in the story, but for a story that is told with such craft and such texture and feeling, the candle is almost too clean and too clear, and it feels like a sin in the photograph.
Would you pass the microphone over to Christopher Ian? I'd like to hear what your thoughts are, sir. You're on 88.
Yeah, I thought this was exceptional. The things that let it down, it is a print award, and I think the choice of paper it's a stage away. It's like a stat print to me. On an art paper fully worked, this would zing. The only other thing that I keep looking at the finger wondering, is that exactly the best way to complement such a beautifully lit face? But the paper choice is what brought it down for me. I'm sorry it's such a small thing, but this is a print award.
Back to you, Peru. Your right of reply.
Thank you, Johan, for the candle. Candle is the guidance. That's the reason it's a bit bright. And candle is always white. It doesn't matter, candle should be like very yellowish or another color to just blend it to the background. Candle is the guidance. Candle is something that the main subject, like he's saying, come with me. Because the light is coming from the right side of the image, and you can see it in her catch light. And even you can see the light of the candle in her catch light as well. That's very smartly presented there. Look at the background, every detail. You really want to touch it, you feel it. The makeup is giving me like a sense of Gothic painting and even Gothic architectural. So I think it's like really, really strong for sitting in finalist, and I really, what's the score of this image?
I think 87 from memory.
It's so close. It's just few points.
Alrighty, if you would rescore, please. Faru, you need to be faster on rights of reply. Thank you. Much obliged. And the print score now is... Faru, have you re-entered? Thank you. Yes, we've got your score now. We now have an average of 90. And on that note, you can step off the panel for a moment, please. Did a great job there. Jo, can you come up and judge a few prints for me? We welcome Joey Jojo Howell. Winner of pet animal category last year, was that right? No?
Highest scoring print.
Oh, highest scoring print and pet and animal category, I beg your pardon.
Master photographer of the year.
Indeed.
Just hold fire until you've looked at the print. Okay, sure. Equal with you. Thanks, mate.
Next print, thanks, folks. You guys having a nice time today? Our lively audience, look, they're captivated out there. How's the lively audience? Excellent. Alrighty, how are we going with scores, folks? Just don't feel that because it's an astro image that you have to score it higher because I'm here. It's okay. You can just score it as you see it fit. As in this case, this image has scored 72. And we will elicit comment on that one from Jo Howell. You're up. Here you are.
Cool, thank you. This is a beautiful photo of the Milky Way. I feel like the connection between the man and the main subject, which is the stars, is a bit broken because he's looking in the opposite direction. And yeah, I think it's a pretty image. Thank you.
We'll go to the next.
Also,
image,
just for anybody who's going into print competition, have a think about putting a border around your image so that when it is stuck up for judging, you're not blocking the image by the things that are holding it up.
Good points. Thank you. Next image, please. Judging the portrait category of the Australian Photographic Prize. Sorry? What? I don't know. Who's the sponsor? Do we know who the sponsor is? The sponsor for the category? by Global Imaging Products. We appreciate their support, of course. Just a reminder, the purpose of the portrait photograph is to capture the subject's essence and convey their personality, character and story. Entries must include at least one person and may range from candid photographs to formal portraits of families, groups and individuals. The full range of post-production and digital manipulation techniques, including composites, is permitted. Ready for the next bit? Let's go. Let's get some scores in, folks, and then perhaps we'll see what happens after that. Alrighty then. The current score is 86. I'm expecting nothing less than challenges because this is going to be pretty interesting, this one. We've got 96 down to 76. We have it all here today. As you're the highest, Johannes, you may begin the debate.
Right. This is a no reply debate, isn't it? 96-86. Oh, you're not quite more than 10 points away. What's the official rule there, boss?
It is an automatic.
It is an auto challenge?
Okay.
You get it all at once, please.
Alrighty, you're my backup. I hated this image. It really gave me the chills. It made me feel creeped out. It used the technique of, well, there's no blacks. Where the hell are the blacks? There's no whites. It's black and white. Geez, there was everything wrong with it, and that is why I love it, because it really makes me feel something strong and powerful, and it's kind of creepy. Creepy enough for me to give it 96. Who's next?
Creepy enough, okay. All right, at the other end, literally in this instance, I think it's you, Joe, at 76.
When this image turned around, I was like, ooh, cool, wow, look at this. This is something different. It's a really brave image to enter into a portrait category. I was down at the other end. I am in the commended area. I think there should be commended for trying something different. Is there, I don't get the same visceral feeling of fear or anything from this. There's a face, it's great. But I think that it's just a bit, that lack of sort of one way or the other as far as going towards a brighter image or a darker image. It's just sort of in the middle for me. And there's a little bit down the bottom, you've got there's a little sort of brighter spot in the otherwise even tone in the background that I just think could have been taken care of.
Thanks,
through
Joe.
the process.
Let's pass the mic over to Katie. She's keen to speak.
Oh yeah, I'm keen to
in support, I suspect.
I'm keen to. I don't think I'm going to get this one out of my head. This one's burnt into my brain now, which says that it's very powerful. So obviously, I echo everything that Johan said. That's it's horrifying. I love that it's challenging us, and sometimes when an image is particularly challenging, you're sort of tempted to look for faults, to sort of justify whether the challenge is a good challenge or not such a good challenge. In this case, I can't find any faults because what we're seeing is something really unique and original. And what I'd love you all to do to consider bringing your score up is to look at it from where you are and then to go in close in one movement, because what happens is this weird optical illusion thing where the face kind of goes from one expression into another expression, which is more terrifying than the first one. And I think I don't know if that's deliberate on behalf of the photographer, but it's quite yep, that's it, Julie, that's what I want you to all do. And that just gives it like an extra dimension to me. I just can't believe how incredible it is to be able to create something with this much feeling and an expression and make it look three-dimensional when there is literally no black or white, and to elicit that like physical sensation that I think most of us have had of being terrified AF. So yeah, bring it up, guys.
Briefly, Chris, please.
There was the face on Mars, wasn't there? Which was shadows on the landscape, which gave you a sense of horror because we interpreted that. The problem is the forehead. If you just work the forehead a little bit more, it'd go into the horror category so much easier and go into the next category so much easier. I've given it 88. I think it is at the highest end of that section, but to jump into the next area, it would have been so easy to just darken down the forehead.
Let's go to your right of reply, Johannes. You have anything? No, oh, sorry. You don't have a right of reply, my bad. See, I said I could never replace Kelly Brown. Rescore, everybody, please. You are all free to rescore. Let us see what that debate has brought to the table. Well, it's on 89. Now, just remember, that'll go to review, right? So it still has a heartbeat in this case of possibly going to a finalist. A very striking image indeed. Pareidolia rocks. It just, you see stuff. Let's go to the next. Let's have a look at this one, guys and girls. How are we going with our scores, folks? Thank you. All right, this one is averaged 82, straight into the semi-finals. Just on that, we should... Who gave you this phone that keeps going to sleep? Sorry, got to refresh. Let's get a comment in this case from Katie. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, this is a really striking expression and very compelling, and the posing and the composition is beautiful. What I would probably do to this image to just bring it elevated a little more is a more complementary background to the soft colours of the subject. I just feel like that would give it a subtlety and a sophistication, and it would make her features and her face stand out even more.
Thanks, Katie. Could we have the next print, please, team? It's coming. It's coming. There you are. Thanks, team. Let's get their scores in, please. Thank you very much. Lovely. Just waiting on you, Chris and Joe. There we are. We've got them. Thank you, guys. That's lovely. This image has currently got 85. Yes, I'm expecting a challenge there, Julie. You're in the finalist range. Would you please speak to the print?
Yeah, I just thought this is an extremely joyous and perfectly captured portrait of a woman who has perhaps played tennis all her life. Somebody might say, I'd love a portrait of me, I've played tennis, or you can just do something boring, but wow, wouldn't she just love this, and doesn't the viewer enjoy this? The motion in it, the way the ball arcs her face and doesn't block it, I just think it's beautifully done. It's technically extraordinary, and the colour tones throughout it just work perfectly, and it's beautifully printed. So I scored this in a higher level, a superior level of narrative to tell us the story about this woman, and believe it does deserve some more points.
Right. Well, Johannes, let's hear from you, please, sir.
Shame on me. I gave it an 83, and how dynamic, what a portrait. Beautiful. Everything that could have gone wrong didn't. The ball could have gone across her face, all sorts of things. Congratulations to the photographer on doing a great capture, and great use of colour, great use of black, great use of everything. Why did I give it an 83? Look out, 90.
Right. Well, you've sold him. What about Mr. Ian? Let's see what Christopher's position is.
No, I like it as a piece of photojournalistic work, so I'm not going to denigrate this photo. The black, there's a lot of black. I actually almost wish there was something dropped in on that black, but look, I'm judging what I've got here, and I'll go up in my category.
Let's give you your right of reply then, Julie.
I find when I'm going for a finalist score, I'm always looking for a story, and this one has it, but with simplicity and just really well captured. The black behind is so that all the details stand out, and they stand out perfectly with the movement, motion, and just, I think, accentuate her expression. So I think it's brilliantly captured and deserved of a finalist position.
Well, please, rescore, folks. Julie, you're locked in at 92. I think it was, yes. Just waiting on your score, Christopher. There we are. Alrighty, looks like we've got what you wanted. You got your finalist. 90. Sorry, can you bring that print back for one moment, please? Just wondering if a little bit more light on that ball would have just helped get that score faster. You can take it away now, thank you. Sorry, that was it.
I could read Wilson perfectly well on the ball too.
All right, next print, please. I've trained myself to say next image, please, because I was in the digital section. Now I have to say next print again. Yeah. Thank you, team. We have an average of 82 for this image. A semi-finalist. As our scores are all quite similar, Julie, could you comment on this one, please?
Yeah, love the use of negative space in this, and the positioning of the person is very elegant. I think to elevate it, I would have loved a little bit of rim lighting down the back and a little less shadowing, perhaps crossing the legs, etc.
Thanks, Julie, and thank you for your service. I'm going to swap you out now, Julie, for a few minutes, if you wouldn't mind. Jeremy, could you come and join us, please, sir? We welcome Jeremy Burns. It's got a nice ring to it, doesn't it, Sir Jeremy? You know, arise, Sir Jeremy. Alrighty, let's have the next print, please. Just hold fire on doing what you need to do, Jeremy, until boss says yes. Boss says yes? Just hold fire on logging in. Just waiting on yours, Johannes. There we go. Thank you. We've got a 79, almost unanimously. And we might let that one through to review because you're almost of one mind there. So that being said, Jeremy, comment please, sir.
Sure. Clever capture of mirroring the tattoo on his arm. Beautiful, soft little moment. To elevate it a little bit more, I think we need a little bit more story, but placement in the image, perfect, nice balance. Well done.
Thank you indeed. Next print, please. Johannes, does anyone ever call you JVK?
Yeah, that's my website. Did anybody hear that?
Because there's a Kiwi race driver called Shane. Folks, you've had a good look. Let's get the scores in, please.
Yes, sir.
Tried refreshing? No, we're good? Excellent. Just got to cross all your fingers and toes. Alrighty. Print score is 84. All right. Just waiting on my machine to catch up. There we go. As you guys are all of one mind here, and the scoring is so close, we will elicit a comment in this case. Christopher Ian, I'd like you to speak to this one, please. There you go.
Subtlety. This is not subtle. Your vignette from the top is too dramatic. It's actually starting to get into the hair. The wound is way too extreme for what would be subtle and much more believable. You've got a beautiful pinpoint as the sewing implement. So why don't we have a wound which is a little bit more believable and narrow and still jagged? It's just you've overworked everything to sort of sledgehammer your point of view through.
Thank you, Christopher. All right, team, the boss is back. So we're going to hand back over to Kelly Brown to keep you guys on the straight and level. Thank you very much for your patience with me. And
Your break is over.
you're back. Yes.
Goodbye. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh, thanks, Andrew. Andrew was kind enough to come and give me a lunch break. Yay. Unmuted. Fantastic. All right. Hi, everyone online. I am back. Andrew has departed the portrait category after giving me a much needed lunch break.
Have you all got your scores and judges?
All right. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 75, and you're all relatively close there. Joe, can I get a quick comment, please?
This is a really powerful image, the storyline, but I just think that the processing needs to match that. It needs a bit more punch, especially the sharpness on that that hand that is, you know, the really big thing, quite heavy vignette. I understand it's meant to say darkness, but it just doesn't quite work in this area. Thanks.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Next print, please. Oh, they should be fine now. You shouldn't have to worry about being approved. I will do a cross check. Yeah, don't even, yeah.
What's going on?
I think that one's up, yep. Yep, that's correct.
Oh no, what would have they got?
That's the chair.
On there, that's okay, that. That's that. Shouldn't be on there.
Yep, no, that's all right. We're going to... now exactly what the judges are viewing in print. And the judges are putting their scores in. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 78. I'll just wait for mine to refresh now. Jeremy, you're right on 78. Thank you.
We obviously have a photographer that knows how to compose and how to light. The chair is just a little bit too dominating in this frame, which is distracting me from the beautiful face of this girl. And the eyes, crisp, sharp, beautiful face. Chair, just a little bit too strong.
All right, thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 80. Well done. All right. Johan, you're on 82. Can I get a comment, please?
Real fun image. Double catch lights in the eyes are a little bit of a problem because they are the focus of the image.
Thank you. Next print, please. That face. Yep. Thank you, judges. You're all very similar there. We have a score of 71. Christopher, would you like to make a quick comment on that?
I will reiterate what another judge has already said. Give yourself some margin around so that the magnets don't cover your image. It's distracting. But also, the person is disconnected with this exciting background. You've got to find a way of incorporating the person in awe of that background.
Thank you. And next print, please. Our judges are chomping at the bit here. Yeah, you're ready to go. To get up and look at the next print. Rotating, yep. Our print handlers unpackage each print delicately and they bring it underneath the lights. And the prints are viewed actually at a very consistent light. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 80. Nice. Jo, can I get a comment, please?
This has a lot of impact when it first turns around with that beautiful use of the light, the strong light there, and then the subtlety of the rest of the image. The only thing that would have lifted me up into the next area is that the vignette that's around the subject, if that could have been softened so it wasn't quite as severe between, dark and light, that would have lifted this a lot.
Thank you. Next print, please. Oh, yep, I need to jump off. Do you want to meet me? Chris, can you give Kay a hand? Can you give Kay a hand for 2 seconds?
Can I give Kay a hand?
Yeah. My image came up. Well, I keep going to say cheering.
Scores, please, judges. And we have a score of a 90, so straight to finalist. Sorry. Sorry, just waiting for all of your scores just to make sure. And we're all happy with that? Okay, can I have a comment please from Jeremy?
Beautiful photo. I was straight into finalist. The closer I got, the better it got. The only thing that took me, the only thing that held me back from going higher than 90, I mean, it's a finalist, so amazing. There was just a little bit too much light on that moon side of the girl's face. I think if that was just a little bit softer, high 90s, easy.
Thank you, judges. Can we please have the next image?
All right, thank you, judges. We have a score of 90. I love it when it goes straight to that finalist score. We've got 3 of you in that 90 range. Can I get a comment, please, from Jeremy? Thank you. Oh, well, no. Let's go down here to Katie.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, look, this is stunning and a perfect example of fine art portraiture where the subject becomes the art in the stance and the posing and the beautiful choices that the photographer's made about the outfit and the hair and everything. The only thing I would say, like I would love to have given it a few more points, but I just feel like the skirt part is just so bright. I would just take that down a tiny, tiny little bit, just to keep your gaze on the face.
Thank you. Beautiful. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 85 and a challenge from Johan on 92. Well done. Thank you.
Is this person happy? What do they do for a job? Is it exciting? This photograph says it all with such vigour. The references, it's beautiful, it's stellar, it's happy, it's exciting. This person is a chef and they do it so well. There's energy in this. This is the person I want to make my food.
All right. Let's grab a comment from Joe, please.
I agree. I think this is a very happy person who is obviously showing us what they do for work or what they do as their enjoyment. I had this as a semi-finalist. I think it is a semi-finalist image. I find that the There's so much going on in the background, especially the highlights and the movement within the flower, or I'm assuming it's flower, the specks of whatever is flying off on the very left-hand side. That distracts me. I keep looking back at that, then trying to look at her face, which has some quite, I guess, a bit, the highlights on the side of her face are a bit much for me, and yeah, but I do enjoy the image. I'm listening.
All right, Christopher has got his hand up there, but I was going to come to Katie, so if you both would like to add something, go for it.
I'm reading this as she's a baker rather than a chef. I think that's an important distinction, just, you know, for any bakers in the room or chefs. I think for that reason it makes sense that it's just flour in the image and not a whole bunch of other things that you would expect if it was a chef. And I really enjoy the fact that it almost looks like, you know, a night sky, like, you know, a galaxy. That's her whole world, is being a baker. I scored at 85 and I'm pretty comfortable with that. The one thing that stopped me from going higher was that there's this amazing sense of movement in her hands and the flour and everything, but her face is so static, and I just wanted a little bit more. So I am listening and willing to come up, but that was the thing that sort of held me back. It was just a little piece missing for me.
Thank you.
And Katie, I can just develop what you're saying. When you see this as a commercial portrait, which you do quite often, it's usually the chef or the baker reacting to what they've just done, not looking straight back to the camera. So they're just going as if they've never done this before, because they're a tidy person, has a clean place, and all of a sudden the photographer said, can you just do this? And you go, you're joking, that'll take 2 hours to clean. But they just have this sense of awe. I'm only doing this once, and they have this sense of awe back to what they've actually done, rather than just staring at the camera.
All right, Johan, your right of reply.
I would like people to translate Christopher's sense of awe into an awesome number.
Love it, love it. Let's do this, team. We have a score of 87. Well done. Great feedback. Next print, please. I'm still, oh yeah, hang on. Yeah. You don't need to show us anymore.
No, yours hasn't come through, nor's Joe's.
Waiting for the system to catch up for those online viewing.
I'm going to refresh again.
For anybody wondering about this system, so it's been purposely built for this competition, the Australian Photographic Prize, and at the moment there are 4 judging rooms going on, so there's a lot of information being stored within this system, which is why it's needing a little refresh every now and then, a little wake-up call. All right, we have a score of 71, thank you judges. And Katie, I might get a comment from you. You're very close to the average.
Yeah, sure. You know, what an amazing subject. You know, this woman has a beautiful expression on her face and would have been a joy to photograph. I just feel like the high key approach to this is maybe not working for the subject, or for the image. It's just a little bit too bright, too much. Just bring that down a little bit and watch the shadows and where the light's coming from.
Thank you. Next print, please. 79. Thank you, judges. And I might get a comment, if I can, from Jeremy on 78. Very close.
Beautiful capture, expertly composed and printed. The management of the highlights through the shadows is excellent. I think to elevate it, maybe just a little bit more original thought about how you can present something new to the competition.
Okay, thank you. It is a 79, so it will go for review at the end of this category. All right, I'm going to do a quick judge change before we get the next print, but you can take that one. All right, so let's get both Julie and Craig to come back on for Katie and Christopher. So seats 1 and 2, please. Our next print is up. We've just had a quick judge change. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 77. Could I get a comment, please, from Julie?
Super cute, beautifully composed. Skin tone seems to be a little bit heavy and the eyes are super over sharpened, which was just pulled it back. And perhaps if one twin's bigger than the other, have him a little bit behind the other one rather than Vicky Verka. But yeah, very professional image. Just watch the over sharpening.
Thank you, great feedback. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 76. Can I please get a comment? Yes, Craig.
Yeah, look, to improve this, I feel it's leaning to the right. I love the light leading into the subject, and the subject's just too bright. I think take advantage of the really dark and dark effect in the presentation of this conceptual piece.
I like how the dark lines at the top that come in towards the subject as well. Yeah,
absolutely.
Nice. Thank you. Next print, please. That's the right image. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 78, and you're all pretty close there. Julie, actually, Johan, can I get a comment, please?
Lovely control over the whites. A little bit of a highlight on the bottom that's probably a little bit much, and there's a sort of a strange colour tone coming in on the legs. But, overall it's just a very lovely, gentle portrait of a child.
Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 81. Craig, could I get a comment, please?
I guess the first thing that comes to my mind is just a little bit overlit. That's probably the only thing, and it would have handled a little bit more separation between the subject and the background, especially by her head. Otherwise, it's just a really lovely pop art, pop culture, style of photograph, yeah.
Thank you. Grabs your attention. Next print, please. All right, we are getting through this portrait category. So it's a fairly... So the portrait category is a fairly broad, has a fairly broad description in terms of the entrant rules. We can capture individual portraits, formal portraits, more candid portraits, groups, individuals, as I said. What else here is on my list? And the entrant is allowed to use the full range of post-production and digital manipulation and techniques, and can include composites as well. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 89. Whoa, all right. We don't have the option for us to be able to challenge that, but 4 of you are on 88, so you're all very close, and it will go for review at the end of this, but I will get a... I could challenge it, but with 4 of you on 88 and the fact that it can come up for review at the end of this. Craig's putting his hand up for a comment, so that's great.
Look, I think that's why we want something. I'm reading this into, I do a lot of photography of people with dementia, and that this chaoticness of older people, just, that's where I think that frazzledness, I think I could have gone even higher if there was a little bit more resolution to the subject, but actually, the more I step back, you actually see that resolution, but up close, you wanted a little bit more resolution in the subject matter, but yet have that chaos around them. That's how I was really interpreting that. Kelly, you're looking at me as if,
I am. There's a lot of emotional...
It's a lot of emotional, and Yeah, I scored at 88, and
It's hard to describe the feelings that this brings to the surface as a portrait.
I'm what? I'm regretting because I'm this is how it's starting to really resonate with
Let me
me.
do
It's sitting on the
a panel
fence.
mentors challenge, just
Yes.
so we can have a discussion about it.
So that's my interpretation of getting this, dementia, chaos, and really yeah.
All right. So okay. So what is happening? I don't need to talk into that. What's happening here for our online audience and for those in the audience here? We have 4 judges on 88, and we have 1 judge on 92. We need to be 5 points from the average to be able to challenge it. However, as a panel mentor, I can place a challenge on a print if I feel that it needs a further discussion. And the reason that I'm doing this now is because there's a lot going on here with such a simple portrait. It's very close to my heart, and I know that as a judge, we're not supposed to put our own, personal experiences into the mix. However, that's why it's grabbed my attention, and I would love to hear what some of the judges have to say, because this is, I can see it's sort of, moving all of you in many ways.
I think this is one of those images where the longer you sit with it, the more you get from it. I think when you have a look at an image and your eye travels around and it keeps moving around, sometimes that can be confusing. In this image, you're rewarded for looking around even though you don't have a place for your eye to rest. I invite everybody to go up and have another look at this. I'm definitely going to move up. I was on 88, like the majority. But have a look at those beautiful mosaics where the crossing lines of all the different images put together. It makes such a beautiful pattern in there. And there really is a strong emotion in this image. So I will be moving up.
For the benefit of those at home that can't see me, when the score was read, I was shaking my head in disbelief that I was so soft on 92, and I wasn't in a position to challenge, so thanks, Kelly. I know we're not supposed to talk about emotions, but holy smokes.
Well, you are supposed to talk about emotions.
Well, this got me right in the feels, and the person that created this knew how to find a way to get that through to me, and on top of that, the level of expertise to create this image with such subtlety is unbelievable. Like, there was an image that came up earlier where we were talking about the highlights and the shadows. This is so beautifully within like a 25% white, 75% black. There's no blacks, there's no whites. It's just beautifully subtle. And then you look at the image and the composition of all those frames captured almost gives you a sense that he's shaking his skin off. There's an irritation within this man. I almost see him as a mummy. He's almost, it's pretty dark, but for me, he almost feels like he's dead. There's a real darkness that got under my skin, and I can feel it, though I can't really see any detail. I think this should go straight into finals. This is such a beautiful moment.
I don't think you've got a problem with that. I think they'll definitely be going in, personally. There's one thing that we all forget as photographers, and that is taking a moment to pause and letting something speak to you. And the more you pause on this image, and this image in particular, the more you pause on it, the more it says to you, the more it speaks in its own way. And you see, you get clarity from Fuzz, and it's such a strong presentation of that, and yeah, definitely going up.
If you want to add anything, Julie?
Not a lot, other than the more you sit with it, the more you see. You go up close, you see something different. You do the swoop in, swoop out like we had to do previously, and you see different again. So yeah, it's got a bit of an Elephant Man type of visual to it. And then when you go closer, you can actually see his moustache and his beard, and yeah, there's a lot in it.
Craig, do you have anything you'd like to add?
No, look, I think we know where we're going. So.
Yeah. I mean, it's simplicity at its finest. Yeah, you've got a piece of paper there to be able to write your scores. Poor Kay, I've put her under the pump here and challenged it after she's clicked a button. Thank you, judges. Anyone else need a pen? So we're going to do a manual calculation of the score for those online using a calculator. Not our brains. So the original score was at 89, which means that it would have gone for review, and our new score is not that.
173.
There were a lot more numbers there than what needed to be read out. So we'll just do that again. We have a score of 96. All right, just stand up for a minute, do a little turnaround. You can bring the next print in, but we'll just give our judges a little stand up, and every now and then when that happens, it's nice to... You shouldn't have been kicked out. Which is, it's a red,
right, okay.
It's a red one. All right, thank you, judges. We have a score of 72. And Jeremy, you're right on 72. Can I get a comment?
Yeah, the position of the person's head's maybe a little bit low in the camera, but one of the other issues that's happening here is, from what I can tell, is that when you use gels, sometimes there can be a bit of a gamut issue, and it looks like some of the colours are a little out of gamut. It looks like a bit of struggle in printing the image.
Okay, thank you. Next print, please. All right. Okay, we have a score of 74. Thank you, judges. Julie, you're very close to the average. Can I get a comment, please?
Fantastic location and subject for this photograph. However, a little bit more light in it to reveal some of those hidden blacks, and exposure I feel was a little underexposed. So there's a bit of noise all over his face, and yeah, work on the printing.
Thank you, Julie. Might do a quick judge change. Joe, can I get you to have a quick break? And Farouk, can I get you to come in, please? All right, I think it just got warm in here. And we can have our next print, please. No. How's everyone feeling temperature-wise? It's warm in here?
You need to get your thermostat checked.
It's called menopause.
Yeah, it's nice. Bit hot.
Don't touch anything just yet. Okay, now you can. Just hit refresh again. All right, thank you, judges. We have a score of 73. Craig, you're right on the average there. Can I get a comment?
Again, the beauties of the background, the subject, I think, is just overlit and kind of dominates the beauty of the shot.
Thank you. Next print, please. Quick tip for anyone entering a print competition, leaving a bit of space around your image and not printing at full bleed not only helps protect the print, but it also adds a lovely frame border to your image. We have a score of 83. Craig has put his hand up to challenge. However, it is an automatic challenge because he is his score is 10 points from the average. Higher from the average. So he's going to start the conversation off after he finishes looking at the print, and then we're going to have a few comments from other judges, but Craig will not get a right of reply, so you need to get it all out now.
I'm going to get it all out right now. And I think this is what the photographer's really cleverly done, is gotten it all out in one photograph. And if you really take a good close look, there are two different people in the portrait, okay? Two different personalities. They're twins. There's some personality going on here, this yin and yang narrative going on. You know, the photographer has really cleverly blended the two with a superior level of original narrative concept and interpreting the subject matter for which they've presented to us, and to bring that yin and yang, that black and white. We don't always know kids are black and white, but you know, that play off of each other, and to hold it together. It's being held together by the hat as well. So it's kind of that the heads are holding things together, but you've got that split dual personality. So I really encourage you guys to, you know, think about that outstanding level of quality, of you know, professionalism, the technique that this photographer has brought, and the printing quality is absolutely sublime as well. I think I've said as much as I probably can, but I think if you guys really revisit, I scored it at a 93. Go hard or go home.
All right,
and let's do it.
You're at the opposite end of the panel and at the scoring range.
Yeah. Correct. I'm reading the story of definitely there could be twins with totally different character and personality, and I really appreciate photographer use the yin and yang, white and black, for delivering the story. But I'm really confused with the hat. I don't know why this hat. It could be something different to add to the story of them. And I think the shirt in the black is very neat and precise, but the shirt in the white is really not that much neat. Perhaps added to the story, but it's a bit eye-catching. I'm listening. I really want to come up.
Okay, yep. Johan, please.
Just to I gave it 76 or 77. I agree that to get the yin-yang thing, there needs to be balance, and there's more white shirt than there's black shirt, and the creases and all that sort of stuff. I'm not concerned about the relevance of the hat, but above the left-hand character's eye, there seems to be like a smudging going into the bottom of the hat, just a minor thing, and just little bits and pieces that add up, not to make it a finalist for me. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, Jeremy, please.
Yeah, I was right in the middle there. I scored at semi-finalist. I think I was around 84, 85.
84?
I love the graphic of this design. It's really cleverly put together. And I think the conflict for me, the yin and yang for me, is I can't work out whether it's a choice to be clever and create a graphic, or whether there's a deeper story behind this, whether they are twins. The girl on the right is a little bit darker skinned than the boy on the left. Are they twins? If they are, one of them's got more of one of the parents' genes than the other one. I'm not sure I should be reading into anything a little bit deeper in terms of the dark and the light, in terms of their skin colour. So I feel conflicted. It's a beautifully original idea, and it's been really well crafted. And Farouk, just going back to your comment about the line in the shirt, I actually like that. It's almost like too perfect, which matches the line at the top of the photo. So I'm satisfied with the way that they've married the shirt together. That's actually been done really well. And there's a slight bleeding shadow out of the black into the white shirt. So that doesn't bother me at all. But the boy on the left looks a little bit happier than the girl on the right as well, and I'm wondering if that's a choice or that's just the expression that they captured. Craig, if you can convince me to come up, hit me.
Yeah, he can't. He doesn't have a right of reply. So what I will ask, if you have something else to add.
I think the thing I scored as a semi-finalist also, and what is disconcerting more to me, or I could read into it as a blended family rather than twins perhaps, because like you said, the genealogy looks a little different. It's the way the mouth and the chin line up just throws me off, and the white on that side is just a little bit too on the grey scale for me for finalist.
Yeah, so have a think about the scoring criteria that is in front of you. Before re-entering your scores, please, judges.
Would it score 83 altogether?
Yes, it did previously score an 83. Sorry. You gave it a 93. Thank you, judges. We have an 84. So it did move 1 point. And all of that feedback is extremely valuable to the entrant. Thank you. Next print, please. It's that one there. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 83. Julie's hand has shot straight up in the air. Tell us what you scored this, Julie.
Yeah, I gave this 92, I think. Yeah, 92. I believe this to be in the finalist category. I thought it's just such a beautifully subtle portrait. The tonal range throughout it's immaculate. The detail in it is immaculate. It's just got this interest of the streams of rain that have come directionally over the window and little droplets of water. But then the very fine mesh just all ties in together. Her expression is just perfect for it, the melancholy of the wet day. But I think it was just the tonal range, the placement of her eye, the rain streams don't interfere with her face in a disturbing way. And I just found it to be a very compelling portrait and deserved of a higher score.
All right. Faru, you're at the other end of the scoring range. Could we get a comment, please?
I'm really, I get the portrait is really perfectly captured, the mood captured perfectly. For me, it's like compositionally is not really quite balanced. The left side of the image has the most strongest elements, like that all the contrasted line happen because of the water, and the lighting is in the left side of the image on the portrait, on the face subject, and also her eyes just looking to the left side of the image, and we don't have much in the right side. For me, perhaps different cropping could bring this image to
all right, Johan.
Semi-finalist.
Thank you for.
I gave this an 86. Could easily be talked up. I was wondering about the cropping. I looked at that and I thought, wow, I wonder what would happen if. But here the photographer has given us a place to rest. And we can pause there and then go back to the contempt in her eyes. And then look back and stare back. And it gives us space to feel the atmosphere and the environment. If it was too tight, it would be really intense, and then we'd be sort of almost afraid to look. Whereas this gives us the space to be and breathe and feel. And I feel that's given this image a greater strength. I gave it an 86. Let's go.
Thank you. Julie, your right of reply.
Yeah, I wouldn't crop this any differently, and it's almost like looking through those streamers that you hang down over your door to keep the flies out. But the rain has created that, and it's just created it in a really pretty and delicate way that gives it a nice, just a very different effect to this portrait. I think it's the screen over it as well, that just really fine mesh, which is just an added part of this particular story. It's really powerful.
All right, thank you. Julie, if you could leave your score or re-enter your score of 92, and judges, if you could re-enter your scores, please. We have a score of 87. So it's gone up a few points. Well done. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 79. Right on the cusp there. So it will go for review. If I could, I'm just waiting for my screen to refresh here. If I could please get a comment. Johan, could I get a comment from you, please?
Sure. What a lovely photograph. There's this wonderful, powerful horse and this proud person who I assume owns the horse. Good use of the colour red. I feel that slightly, if her shoulder hadn't been so far away from the horse, it's almost in denial of their relationship. If it had just been turned around a little bit more, and we would have seen more interesting parts of her, and that relationship would have been stronger. Yeah.
Thank you. Great feedback. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 92. We do have two judges on 96, and neither of them are 5 points. They are 4 points from the average, and we are in that finalist scoring range. Yeah, I think. Yep. We're going to get a comment though from let's get a comment from, who would like to speak to this? Because there's a few of you in a very similar scoring range. Julie's hand went straight up there.
Yes, well, I kick myself really hard for not going a little bit more. This is very topical. This is, what's happening in Australia at the moment, and she's asking for a lifeline there. She's got the boy around her to save us, and in the background is the family going off, with looks like also a life ring, but instead they're throwing it in the air, walking the dog, and perhaps heading off to the beach, without a carer in the world because their life is so free. So I felt, again, another palpitation image here where my heart just sort of started pounding in my chest. And the tonal range of it gives us, that sunburnt country with the glow, but also that ominous sort of oppressive colouring around the image. So it's actually a really brilliant and very heartfelt image.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's lovely. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Johan and Craig, have you put yours in yet? Oh, the refreshing? Do you need to refresh? No. Oh, you've done? Yep. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 89. He did put his hand up first, Craig, sorry. Johan is on 96. He's going to challenge this.
93?
You're on 93. Johan
I gave
is
it
on
96.
96.
Yeah. We have to talk about this photograph regardless. Yes. The flip book nature of the 6 parts of images gives us a sense of a person perhaps who doesn't have a grip on themselves completely because things get in the way. The haziness, the fuzziness, the screaming, the intensity, and then all those feelings that come out through the expressions. It's quite a complex image. We need to sit and think about it. We need to look at it and feel it. That the head is cropped through the top is such a powerful choice. Makes it held in and restrained almost. Maybe this person is restrained in some way, whether it's through medication or whatever. And there's intensity and originality plus. So I'm happy to pass the baton.
Happy to pass the baton. Okay, so let's go to Faru, please, for a comment, please.
Thank you for challenging it, because I think this image has such a superior level of communication and emotion and confusion at the same time as well. The line is very sharp in some of the part, and I don't know should be sharp or shouldn't be sharp. It's like I'm not sure. Even I'm in the confusion. So I love to hear.
All right, so Julie, can I get a comment from you, please?
Yeah, it is. It's very jarring and harsh and discordant, and I very much enjoy that the line in the middle doesn't line up down the face, that it is off to the right of it. It is one of those images where, yeah, it needs to be discussed, it needs to be stared at for longer, and it is very unique. So, yeah, I can be moving up with you.
Yeah, I was high in semi-finalists, and I'm pretty eager to hear more about pulling me into finalist. The way that I read it was like a series of 6 X-rays of this woman's medical journey that were kind of sat together, showing different stages of where she's at with her treatment, almost like she's under the microscope, and we're looking at her different reactions amidst a bit of her chest as well, which could be part of the thing that's happening for her. So we're looking at her journey through this medical stuff that she's going through. The reason that I didn't go straight into finalists was I was struggling with that because I didn't quite get all of that out of her reactions. I was looking for a little bit more than it almost being a superficial reaction. I don't quite feel the pain, and I really want to feel the pain, if there is pain. I'm making assumptions, but that's how I interpreted this set of images.
All right, Craig?
Things tend to be blurred between the lines. This is a very provocative, that's what I'm saying, it's very provocative. I've scored it at 93. If we go to the challenging onset of art, photography, think of Frankenfurter from Rocky Horror Picture Show. He was crazy, he was nuts. He, she, can't call it he, she, they, them. That's where the thought-provoking, the lines are blurred. Like I said, I scored at 93. I'm definitely going to go a little bit higher, for sure. So think about that provocativeness, things blurred between the lines.
Thank you. Johan, you're right to reply.
Thank you, everybody, for taking the time to look. For me, it says, I'm this, I'm that, and sometimes I'm this and that, and all of these things. I'd like it to be a nice, high final score.
At the moment, it is currently sitting at 89. If you could keep your score at 96, Johan, re-enter that. And judges, could you please re-enter your scores? Thank you, judges. We have a 95. It is really amazing to listen to your conversations around these photographs and bring your interpretation to them. And I know that the entrants will really appreciate it as well. Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 75. And if I could get a quick comment, Julie.
Yeah, beautiful portrait of a beautiful woman. I think the sky's been a little over-treated, so perhaps a little less of that. And maybe trying to change, you know, your angle for the background so that it's not dissecting through her.
Thank you. All right, before we have our next print, I'm going to do a quick judge change. Jeremy and Johan can take a quick break, and Joe and Christopher, could you please come and join us? Yeah, go for it. Ooh, 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 he's going to take the TV with him. We'll have our next print and our judges will view that as we get them logged in to the system. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 75. And Joe, can I get a comment from you, please?
Wonderful interaction between mother and son there. To lift this print, you would benefit from having a look at the highlight on mum's forehead, and also there's a bit of blue tonality coming onto the shadows of the hands, etc.
Thank you, great advice. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 79. It will go for review. I'm just waiting for my system to load. Yeah, Julie is on 84, so she can challenge this.
When this turned around, it felt to me like she's the artist. There's a painterly background behind her. It just had this lovely, soft, serene look to it. I didn't go higher just because her knee in the foreground was a little too bright and a bit too obvious. But there was something just beautifully and very elegantly captured about this lady with this portrait. Lovely soft tones across her skin, but you can see the beautiful ageing of her. And so, yeah, I scored this one as a semi-finalist and think we could probably get it over the line now.
All right, Craig, you are at the other end of the scoring range on 73. Could I get a comment, please?
I put it down into that area. I felt a real disconnect. I couldn't really connect between the two. I found that the pose jarring, and her hair just I felt was blown out, and I kept getting drawn into that. So I really struggled with the little nuances. Yeah.
All right. Could I get a comment, please, from Christopher?
Just below the armrests is all the stuff we don't like. If you crop that out, she's sitting beautifully in the lower half of the frame, and all the things work together. Below there, the trees become unreal, the knee, the girth, the crushing of the dress, it all works against how poetic she really is.
All right, Joe?
When Julie mentioned that she's the artist, when this turned around, it had a sound to me. It's like she's in a memory, she's with a song. This is beautiful. But I had it in the commended category because I'm commended for the emotion that this brings out. But I agree with Christopher. The bottom half is distracting underneath the arm. Also, I found the focus is kind of missed. If you have a look, the wrinkles in her arm that is being held to her face are pin sharp, whereas her face is soft, and I just find that it's distracting from the story.
All right, I'm just going to add one little thing that no one's mentioned in terms of the feedback. There's just a couple of little burning in and editing flaws around the hand as well. So from a technical point, just consider those different elements as well. And then, Julie, when you're ready, you can give your right a reply.
I'm sad that no one's come with me, but what Jo said about hearing something, that's what I heard music when I looked at that, where she has just taken that pose as she's lost in some beautiful classical music. The way the bird is flying out from the image behind her. I did say about the cropping at the bottom, and had it cropped, I would have gone higher. I think the softness on her face is just something gentle and sweet with age. I'll leave it at that. We're on 79. Can we go? One more.
Thank you, judges. Julie, if you could leave your score at 84, re-enter that, and if you could all re-enter your scores. We are going to stay at 79 for now, and it will come back for a review. Thank you. The feedback is fantastic for our entrance when we have these discussions. Thank you, judges. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 80. Jo, can I get a... Yeah, Jo, can I get a comment from you? Thank you.
I think there's a beautiful image here. There's great connection with the face. That little sparkle in the eye is great. Where it falls down for me a little bit, I think it's just that little bit too tightly cropped under the fingers at the bottom. And also the around the stomach area, if we just have a look at how the light falls and the quality of the light there is different to what's on his face, and I think that could be improved.
Yeah, thank you. But that's made it into our semi-finalist category, so well done. Next print, please. Thank you. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 75. Just waiting for mine to refresh so I can see the scores. Farouk, can I get a comment from you, please? You're very close to the average.
Interesting subject matter to evaluate the print. I would love to see perhaps the environment these two performers are there to get involved with the story of them.
Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 70. Christopher, you're right on 70. Can I get a comment, please?
The treatment really doesn't elicit an emotion that's in the content. It's a person peering through an event, but we don't even know what event that is, and it's a solarization that's overwhelming, so it's not contributing to storytelling.
All right, thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 71. If I could please get a comment from Joe.
It's a really interesting presentation of a portrait with that person in the centre, but there's a real disconnect. I'm not sure what the connection is between the person in the image and the reflection. Please do.
Yeah, Christopher?
You've obviously discovered something, and to run with it, look at wedding photographers. They love this technique, and they always make sure the images have something to say to each other. So look at promotional literature for wedding photographers, and you'll see this perfected.
Thank you for your feedback. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 79. It will go for review. It's right on the edge there. It will come back to us for review, but I will get a comment if I can. You love it, Christopher. You're on 80, so give us a comment.
even though this is very simple, and what have you brought to the show? You've brought the most important thing in awards. So many images are set up, but you haven't got into the mind of your character. Here, the child is giving you all because you've set up an environment where the child wants to give it back to you. And they're the most honest people, so you can't tell them what you want. You've got to create it. And so you've got this child really intently giving you back. And I think that's fantastic work.
I'm going to add in there that that's a wonderful exposure. You don't need that.
Thank you, print handlers.
Online couldn't see that, but I did just try to hand the microphone to a print handler. That's why we're laughing. All right, let's have our next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 71. Julie, could I get a comment, please?
Awesome capture of that kid being crunched. It's just a little bit exposure-wise, well, it's unsharp and a little bit overexposed, but also it would have been better a bit smaller, because I think the enlarging of it has shown that degradation of the image a lot more as it's gone bigger. But, you know, the parents will love it, the kid will love it.
Yeah, great moment there. Don't know. All right, before we get that next print, I'm going to do a quick judge change. If I could please bring Jeremy and Johan back in and give Julie and Faru a break, please. And Jo is surrounded by men. She can hold her own though. All right, next print. Let's do this. Don't worry about logging in. We'll get you logged in whilst you have a little look. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 79. It will go for review. If I can get a comment. Oh, well, I can't see your score. Hang on one moment. 85. You're on 85? You can challenge. One moment. Okay, so Johan is on 85. He's going to challenge.
Yep. Why not? We're on the cusp, and it's a very still, very serene, dark image that is beautiful. It's quiet, it's calm, but it's very dark and beautiful at the same time. We're on the cusp. Let's go a little bit higher.
All right, let's have a look. Jo, you are at the other end of the scoring range there.
Yeah, I had this as a commended. I did have it as a commended, didn't I? Yes? Kelly, just
you're
confirm?
sitting on 76.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I had this commended and I think it sits comfortably there. I think that, yes, it is quiet, it is dark. I think that there's just too much space around. All the attention is in her face. And even though I would prefer it to be printed. I think it could be a little bit more, a little bit brighter, especially in the catch lights of her eyes. That amount of darkness at the very top, and I don't see, I think sort of the falling off of the image of the light on her shoulder on the right-hand side. If you crop that in to the back of her veil above her shoulder, it's a much stronger image without all that extra darkness around her.
All right, thank you, Joe. No, don't take it away. We're in a minute of challenge. We've got very efficient print handlers. All right, Craig, you are sitting in the semi-finalist
Yeah, look,
range.
I scored at 83. I like it in the tonality, the facial tonal range that it's sitting in, but I'm along with you, too much tighter into that, and I would have felt even more of this intimacy, and I would have been more intimate with the subject.
All right, you're right. Oh, Christopher would like to add something?
If you're going to show that much white of the eye, you really do subject some grace by turning this into a square and allowing at least another 20 or 30% on the left-hand side. Because showing that much of the white of the eye, say there's something in there that's forced her to turn her eyes that much around, but you're giving her no space in this expression that you've given us.
All right, Johan.
All these comments are very, very valid, and I agree with everybody. I still feel a strong sense of oneness and quietness and calm, and the photographer has given that to me by presenting me with that image. I'm just asking for just a sneaky little point just to get it up, because we're going to have to do it later on anyway. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, judges. If you could leave your score or re-enter your score. We have a score of 81. Well done. Thank you. Next print, please. Keeping our judges hydrated here with water. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 68. Jeremy, could I get a comment, please?
I think the rainbow effect is just a little bit too overpowering for the subject. It's just a little bit too distracting, too strong. I think if you can play around with the balance, it's a great concept and play with this a little bit more, but just get that balance between the brightness of that rainbow effect versus the subject you're trying to capture.
Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 81. And Joe, you're right there near that average. I get a comment, please.
Sure, there's incredible impact when this turns around. It's a beautiful shape, obviously a very athletic person. I think this could benefit from a little bit of like rim light around to highlight the beautiful shape that this person is forming. Also, if we could tone down I find the brightest spot is in the armpit, which is not where we want to be looking in an image.
Great feedback, thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 81. All right, Craig, you were right there.
Yeah, look, I wanted a little bit more on this, if you don't mind, I'll come up to the image. I wanted to connect a little bit more. I think if the subject matter, we're actually looking at the pieces in the chess pieces are flying in the air, rather than kind of looking off into the distance, looking at the camera. And I think a little bit of a tighter crop, I think it would have really held us in there.
Jeremy's got a quick comment.
When you're playing around with composite images, you need to be really careful of the light direction, and some of those chess pieces, the light's hitting it in the opposite direction of where the light's coming from. So for believability, make sure that the light is coming from the same direction on all the pieces.
Great feedback. Next print, please. Am I muted? Thank you, judges. We have an 85. And you're all pretty close to each other. Johan, I'd like to hear a comment from you, please.
Don't mess with this lady. There's a strength in there. And it's would have gone perhaps even a little bit higher if there wasn't so much light on the side of her face, so that the air becomes stronger in the earring, because really it's about where her hands are and that eye contact. But super strong image, and congratulations on the score.
Yeah, 85 is a great score, and I want that here. Thank you, judges. Next print, please. Can we get that flipped, please? Yep. Other way. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 82. Craig's hand straight up in the air at 94.
Can you read the scores off for me?
We have you on 94. We have
Yep.
a 77, an 80, a 74, and an 83. You have a little bit of work to do.
I got a bit of a work to do. So portrait category. We're taking portrait to another level here. Very conceptual piece. We're taking a literal portrait and turning it into abstract and using abstraction of the body and using light and movement to play with the human form. Really awarding that photographer to present us with really the way we can look at the human body as a piece of art. And the photograph portrait as a piece of art here. So I immediately looked at the superior level of technique, not necessarily the post-production skills, but the technique and the skills and the quality of the image that the photographer has presented to us. There's no narrative here. We're just purely simply looking at art and turning the human form into abstraction. And I think that is something that a lot of us photographers really can benefit with, is turning that art form from a literal portrait into abstraction. So I awarded it a 94, right up there. So I don't have a right of reply, do I? I'm way. So that's it.
That is it. Christopher, could I please get a comment from you?
The colour timbers are almost wantonly abstract. They don't have any rhyme or reason for why they're there. The shades of green banging up against yellows, banging up against fringing of blues, they're not contributing to the storytelling. It's like you've tried. Yeah, I just think your colour science is not there.
Johan.
I gave this an 83, and sometimes things don't have to have that harmony. Sometimes they can be in your face, and this is kind of in your face, and you don't actually have to know what it is to love it, but you can appreciate it for something beautiful. And then if you put your own story on it, that's your choice. But, isn't it great just to look at it, enjoy it, and feel it, and just feel good with it? And I gave it an 83. I could sneak up. Probably couldn't go to finalist, but yeah, I'm happy.
All right, Joe.
What a challenging image. I had this as a semi-finalist, just in that range. I wanted to award this image. It's very different, so different, in fact, we didn't know if it was up or down. I love the colour. I love the punchiness of this. I love that it makes you think. I can't, the fact that there's so much colour, and this image is all about colour and shape and form. And then you've got this section of white in the centre, and if that had been coloured, if that had been another colour to work in with the rainbow there, I think I would have enjoyed this image more. I also wonder whether perhaps this would have been better on a different paper stock. I just find that the sheen of this with the power of the colour is maybe just a bit too much punch, and maybe this needs to be softened a little.
Thank you, Joe. Now, we don't have a right of reply because it's an automatic challenge. I will ask you, though, just to come up and have another little look at the print in terms of the print quality and just some of the colours within there falling outside their gamut. We can re-enter our scores when we're ready. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 82. And really great challenge in terms of having that conversation, valuable feedback. Thank you. Next print, please. We've got our scores in. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 79. We have 2 judges in the next scoring category and 3 on 78. It will come back for review. I will grab a... Did you want it? Was that little movement because you wanted to make a comment?
Yeah.
Great. Christopher's going to make a comment.
Because of the dark side of this image, this was an image that was screaming out for butterfly lighting. And if you are going to use a window light as a source, because you can't adjust the window, you turn your subject around or move your studio around to favour that, so that the child would have immaculate skin that would just do this so much benefits, so there wouldn't be a dirty side to the body and a clean side, because the out of focusness in the dirty side is just overpowering.
Can I just say thank you for saying that?
Why? Oh.
Because obviously, most people that know me, I do a lot of newborn photography, and we tend to get stuck with side lighting when we need to light the face. So for the entrant, anyone considering entering a baby photograph, light the face, not the body, and you'll see a massive difference. Thank you. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 76, and Jeremy, you're right there. Can I get a comment?
Yeah, cute little moment. Unfortunately, the bubba on the right, the face is just a little bit cooked, but just watch your burning in the fabric in the background. It's just a little bit too obvious, especially on the right-hand side there. There's just a lot of heavy burning to darken it down.
Right, thank you. And Joe's just commenting there on pulling the dress down on the little girl. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, great feedback. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 71. Craig, would you like to make a comment? You're very close to the average.
I think what bothers me is there's just multi-directional lighting is really what's bothering me. I'm going to be held into her, and there's a really awkward look in her face. But I get really distracted by that multi-level lighting on her knees and her legs, and I just keep getting pulled down to the cat in the knees, where I really want to be engaged to the subject matter, which is up the top. That's just filler stuff down at the bottom, but I keep getting drawn into that. I think revisit some, pay some homage to paintings and look how they subtly treat the shadow details, and that's just subtly through, but not in your face.
Yeah, thank you. Great feedback. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 77. You're all really close there. Yep. Jo, give us a comment.
Some great expressions in there, well done. When you've got a triptych like this, especially if you've got repeated the same scene, if you give them a little bit of a border around it, it gives you some separation between the prints. Also, two of the images are pretty much the same size within the frame, whereas the one on the left is a little bit smaller. If that was kept consistent, it would be a much stronger image.
Great feedback. Thank you. Next print, please. Who's been on for a while? Thank you, judges. We have a score of 72. And you're all somewhat close there within that scoring range. Jeremy, you are on 72. If I could grab a quick comment, please.
It's a lovely, sincere portrait of the young woman. There's just a little bit too much negative space on the left, and unfortunately those blotches on the wall are really distracting and pulling my eyes away from where the focus should be.
Thank you. Yeah, go for it, Craig.
I think really be careful when you crop at joints. You know, we always talk about cropping. You crop in between joints, not at joints. And it just felt a bit very disconnected with that.
Yeah, great feedback. Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 73. And if I can, Christopher, get a comment. No, Johan, if you would like to give a comment, or, yep, you held your hand up.
Sure.
Go for it.
Wonderful sort of soulful expression on the subject. A little too bright down the bottom, and a bit of focus in the eyes would have been much stronger. And there's a lamp on the top or something that sort of hovers over it and takes you away.
Yeah, Christopher, just a quick comment. Yeah.
With this sort of Cindy Sherman still, you need more environment to tell you exactly what is behind her that's impinging on her, because at the moment it's not obvious. She's filling the frame too much, she's destroying that. Also, as a subject, she's almost too good for what you're trying to portray. She's too pure, everything's too clean.
Can I just add very quickly in here, I don't know what everybody else feels, but I feel like the choice of focal length has just made the bottoms of the arms look a little bit too big in comparison to the head. There's a little bit of distortion there as well, which can work perhaps if there's a bit more of that environment to be able to see what it is that we're distorting. Right? Before we have our next print, Joe, if I could give you a quick break, and Julie, if I could get you to come back on, please. How's everybody feeling?
Cool. How are we going?
Hey? We're going really well. Yeah. Our print, thank you.
Well done, print handlers. You guys are legends.
Yeah.
And Kelly.
And the ladies behind.
And the ladies behind the desk.
I'm not doing much at all. These guys are in the driver's seat. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 78. I'm just waiting for my page to refresh. We have an automatic challenge because Craig scored this in 88. So we're going to have a chat. Would you like to kick this off?
Do I have to kick it off straight away? Can I
You don't have to. It's an automatic challenge.
Before I...
You do.
I do have to do it.
Yep.
Thanks, Kay. That's all right. That's fine. Look, I put it at the very strong semi-finalist because of the strong visual environment that the photographer has presented with us. A very, again, that abstract and abstraction, and really playing with the abstraction of photography from a natural environment and capturing somebody in that environment, walking in and playing with shadows. You know, Trent Park is absolutely mind-blowing photographer that plays with light and shade. And this is what this is all about, is light and shade, shapes, and abstraction in the environment. So that I put it right there, smack dab in that semi-finalist. We're not talking finalists here, I'm talking semi-finalist for that very high level of graphical technique that the photographer has played with us in this photograph. And if you think about the print quality is absolutely sublime. There's a detail in the blacks. And I really love, the last little thing I love, the color that's going on, what she's wearing, the color of the concrete, very stale environment. It's a very stale, stagnant pose, but really playing with our minds and really thinking and challenging what we are looking at from that standpoint. So I scored it at an 88, a solid semi-finalist, and I'm encouraging guys to come up.
Johan's going to give us comment.
Right. Loved all those elements. What an awesome landscape, what an awesome design photograph, but as a portrait of a person, it's not telling me anything about them. And if I was going to go, let's make this a graphic, let's make this a really interesting graphic and a strong graphic, I would have taken the woman's handbag away, simplified the image, made it super simple, made it strong, made it powerful. I love where she is on the cusp of that angle, but that handbag pulls me away and says, look around the back here, and then I get distracted and lost. I gave it a 77.
77.
Yes, and I could sneak it up to a finalist, but probably not a big finalist.
Right.
Yeah.
Julie, would you like to add something?
Yeah, I'm with you in leaving the handbag behind, and if this is a portrait, she's just very stagnant for me. I felt like an awkward positioning. She needed to be in motion or some connection. It's a fantastic location and had a lot of potential, but it just doesn't fulfil the story and the portrait story for me.
Thank you. It is an automatic challenge. We don't have a right of reply, but if you'd like to add something in, Christopher?
Lose the rear arm. It's clumsy. Have the face profile going up to mimic the upright that she's confronting. Lose the top third, so you've only got those peaks and troughs, not a square as the top of your photo. If you had a panorama that starts virtually where that peak bangs, it almost looks like a graphic design image. And that tiny little bit at the edge, what's that about? It's working against you. So there's a photo here, you just needed to manipulate a little bit because you can obviously see light.
Thank you, judges. All right, if we could re-evaluate our scores, and
sorry guys,
we're having a
system is going very slow.
Yep. Thank you, judges. We have a 79. It did move 1 point, so it will come back for review at the end of the category. That's excellent feedback. That's what's on this, that's the print. Mm.
It's this one. It's that one. There's something weird going on here all the time every time we miss a print.
Thank you, judges. We have a score of 78, and you are all very close there. Very, very close. You are right on the average. I'm going to grab a comment, please.
Lovely tones all the way through. I really enjoy that the face of the child is in the darker side, so it stands out against that background. Probably a little bit too much brightness on the right-hand side, and maybe a little bit more attention to the swirls of the fabric would have made it stronger.
Lovely. Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 78. Christopher, you're right on 7. One moment. I'm just waiting for my scores to come through here, and
I'm at 83, so I'm 5 points away.
you can challenge. Yes, we are on. You're on 83. Okay, Craig, he's going to challenge this.
Look, I put it at an 83. I put it right there at the semi-finalist. Just from an interesting level of narrative here. She's got her 2 little angels around here, and the smirk on the one over here. She's like the devil of the child. And it's got the very heart-shaped to it as well. So, look, I just really rewarded this photographer in that semi-finalist area, just from the technique, from that level of communication and narrative that they've played with us here. I mean, we're talking a couple of points to get it up to that semi-finalist. So I scored at 83.
All right, Jeremy, would you like to add something?
I had it at the higher end of commended. The biggest issue that I had was the blue and the skin tone. It was just really overpowering and holding me back. It made it feel cold, which took me away from the warmth of the embrace that you're talking about, Craig. I know you can't you can't tell a child to grow a smaller hand, but the girl on the left, her arm coming across her mum is just really dominating. And I think a little bit more finessing of the position of the hands may have helped get closer to the connection of the 3 of them.
Christopher?
Open shade by its nature is blue. And I really think you could have done everyone a favour seeing they're wearing red if you'd actually introduced a little bit more yellow stock or warming tones. The child on the right, you haven't convinced her of anything. She really doesn't want to be there. And it's very important. You're either doing a photo documentary style and then pull back some of the colour and tell us that's the obvious intent, or go for a portrait, which using this soft light, I would imagine what you're doing. So there's 2 things there. Open shade, warm up your image in post, and take advantage of the beautiful soft rendition. But yeah, get into everybody's head. You're a professional. It's not like the film comes back a week later. You can see if someone's not delivering, and just quietly just suggest something that breaks the pose and puts it all back together again. So everyone's refreshed and you get everyone on the same plane.
Johan, would you like to contribute?
I don't think I've got anything to change.
No? Okay.
I like
thank
it
you.
though.
Johan's score was at 81, so you're not alone in that range.
Yeah, look, photography is not supposed to be perfect. So I think we need to also just take into account that not everything has to be in the perfection. There could be deliberate reasons for creating that sense of tension. We could take, and there's other things. I keep looking at the image and I'm actually finding some things. I'm like, oh, I didn't see that when I first scored it. And we could pick it apart and pick it apart and pick it apart. But I'm just rewarding the photographer for the concept and the idea that they've presented to us. The warm shirts, the red is probably making us feel that blue tone. You think, well, blood is blue blood. We've heard that thing, blue blood. Anyway.
All right.
I'm pulling at strings here, guys. Sorry.
All right, judges. Craig, if you could please leave your score, re-enter your score of 83, and if we could all rescore the image, please. The print. Thank you, judges. Well done, we have a score of 80. Lots of great feedback, thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 79. All right, it will come back for review. You can't challenge it, but you can comment, yes? Thank you, Johan.
Okay. So this image there's a strength to it, and there's a story in it that's quite powerful about what's sometimes referred to as the right journey from childhood to adulthood. There's things in this that are quite strong. The going from the closed-in warm light to the open brighter lights, even the fact that this child is now becoming a woman, the fact that you can see a little bit of her bra underneath her arm is actually a recognition to that. It's a nod to that. So I felt that this image had strengths in that, and I'd like to say congratulations to the photographer on an interesting image.
Right. Well, it will come back for review, sitting at 79. Thank you, judges. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 76. And Jeremy has his hand up here on 86. It is an automatic challenge, as you are 10 points from the average. So we'll kick things off with a comment from you, and then we'll listen to some of our other judges.
We've seen a few images today come through with kind of the rainbow effect and strong gels and some artifact issues. I think this is a little different to some of the other ones that we've seen. There's a point of this photo which is right between her eyes on her forehead and just into her eyes, and the expression on her mouth that I think are really well lit, and the fingers just coming up out of the darkness. There's a really well executed image amongst all of that craziness of, there's a few issues happening with the colour on the outside, but I actually can't really see if they are issues or if it's just the technique that they've used to execute the image. But I think it's really beautiful. It's very mysterious. There's a bit of darkness to it and there's a bit of light to it as well. I find this really intriguing, and I think this should definitely be a semi-finalist. I'm kind of quite flabbergasted that I'm so far away from the rest of you.
All right. Well, we have Johan at this end of the panel. We might come down here and hear from him.
Okay, so I gave it 72. A lot of it was for technical stuff where you've got out of gamut colours that are sort of smacking you on the face, and then you've got, a lack of clarity in the understanding of what's going on. We don't always need to, but for me, I tried to find something in there and it didn't talk to me, so I'm happy to listen for a story.
Christopher or Julie, while the microphone's at this end of the panel, would you like to add something?
Everything's much better above those hands, more convincing. If you've ever seen conductors and they're freehand, they use fingers individually in airspace, so they're actors of that hand. These hands aren't acting, they're dead. They're not even doing anything that's constructive. One's a little bit more exciting than the other. That's when you've got to look at all the elements of your photo, because your face profile's perfect.
All right. Julie?
I gave it a highly commended. I found the straggly hair, which is the only sharp thing in the image, too distracting. If the hair had been brushed back so that you didn't have that. But the other thing that's really is the shadow under the chin and down to the neck. I just keep looking at that, so I find that a bit difficult to bring it up higher.
All right, Craig, would you like to add anything?
I've got nothing to add.
Nothing to add? Okay, so as this is an automatic challenge, I will ask you to re-evaluate your scores, please, judges. It is currently sitting at 76. You were at 70. Craig? 76. Thank you, judges. It stays at 76. Great feedback for the entrant. Next print, please. All right, we have our scores coming in. We have a score of 80. All right, Christopher, you were very close to that average. Can I get a comment, please?
For the people at the back, the lady who's standing in front is probably the real person. She's self-conscious. You won't see that in the expression. It is definitely there. But the person who's in the mirror is the person she sees, which is optimistic and bright and youthful. It's fantastic to see how she's even covering her body frame with her arms and the hat self-consciously, but she's not doing that in the mirror reflection. She's optimistic and feminine.
Thank you. Next print, please. Computer says no, Kay. It's thinking.
Someone's scores dropped off.
Thank you, judges. We have a score of 79. It will come back for review. I'm just waiting for my screen to refresh with everyone's scores. All right, we're all relatively close there. Julie, can I get a comment actually from you, please?
I thought 2 extraordinary characters here, but it needed more finessing, more interest in it to make it a compelling image. The background is solid black and they don't separate from it enough, and then the foreground becoming quite light. I would have loved some interaction. Yeah, it's just not quite the story for me.
It's a beautiful portrait of her, and then the horse is like, oh,
yeah,
squirrel. It's got a little sidetracked, but yes, great feedback. Next print, please. Oh, you got better gateway. Whoops, the daisies. All right, I think we are back in the system and our judges are finalising their scores. All right, we have a score of 80. Well done, thank you. All right, yes. Craig, what was your score? I haven't got it come up on my...
I was at 74.
Okay.
But, yeah, I mean, I can give some constructive
Julie, 81.
Hang on one moment, please.
86 for Julie. 76, 83. Yeah.
All right, so with Julie's score on 86, you can challenge if you wish to. Just with this, just before you start there, Julie, so that everyone online is aware, we were just waiting for our system to reboot back then for all of the scores to be able to come up so that we could see them and make sure that we had the right information in front of us. But Julie's going to challenge this print. She is on a score of 88. Take it away. 86. Sorry, 86.
Yeah, I read the beautiful story within this of, you know, save the earth and the trees are hurting while she is doctoring the tree there and listening. I can see flaws and I'm not going to point them out. That's why I didn't score it higher. But I thought it was, you know, a sweet portrait of, I think children these days are becoming more aware of the world, and that's the way education's going. So in the portrait category, where you're showing, you know, something that's unique to that person, that perhaps the mother has said, this little girl is, you know, very much into, you know, not taking my lunch to school in a plastic bag. I want it wrapped in paper, Mum, or in my lunchbox, even better so, that can be washed. So, you know, there's some story to it. I scored it, in the semi-finalist category, and we are in that, but if we could give a few more points for the, you know, thought that's gone into it, that would be awesome.
Craig, you did want to make a comment. If you would like to do that now.
Well, no. Just
Let's keep it on the.
I just look. Everything that you said about I wanted to go even higher, like higher than you, 86. But I think what really drew me away of this is just imperfections that could just be finessed so much. The out of focus, you know, bottom corners, the perspective of the bottle on the right is out of perspective. The size of that bottle in the background there is just out of perspective. It just needs a little bit more finessing, and it just could go even further, just in the post-production. And I think I want to be careful about sending a message and saying, you know, semi-finalist or finalist, you know, that just to what, let's watch those little things.
All right, let's have a comment from Johan, please.
There is a lot to like. I gave it 81.
83?
83. And I think it deserves a merit, definitely, you know, as a semi-finalist. The chaos is a bit wrong, and the intent is a little bit muddled, and it's a little bit unfortunate because it could have gone stupidly high in a good way. So sometimes it's better to be subtle than so obvious, and that was my feeling.
Yeah, thank you. Jeremy, would you like to add anything? Or Christopher?
Yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful portrait of the girl. Like, I kind of went down Craig's end of scoring in my mind originally, and then I was like, no, actually, this is a really, really cool concept with a really beautiful portrait of a young person who obviously cares about the environment. Sometimes it's nice to not have to work so hard to work out what an image is about. Sometimes you can go a little bit too far with that. Maybe this has gone a little bit too far with some of those really, like the Band-Aid packet is just a bit too bold, which is kind of pulling you away from the young lady. I mean, there are a few retouching issues as well. But I scored at 81 because I want to encourage this photographer to keep pushing this. This is a really great concept, and it's pretty well done. Okay. Just a little bit more work.
Thank you. And your right of reply, Julie.
Yeah, the blurred edges at the bottom or the darkening is awesome for me because it leads you into her. And the bottle size, I saw somebody in here today with an oversized bottle. So that didn't worry me. It is kind of like a fairy tale of this type of scenario. And, you know, she's got the Band-Aids on the tree, so I guess the package is highlighted, and yes, it's a tiny bit bright. As I said, there were some errors, which is why it wasn't a finalist. Yep, but can we go over 80? I think that's where we are, is it? Yeah, we could maybe go 1 or 2 points higher.
All right. Great conversation, judges. Julie, if you could keep your score at 86, and if we could re-enter, that would be amazing. Did it work?
Let's try. The mice.
All right, thank you, judges. We have a score of 82. That feedback will be very valuable. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. All right, we have a score of 80. Would anybody like to make a comment on this? Craig, just put his hand up first.
I think just explore a square crop. I think that would have really tightened us up and brought enjoyed us into that baby a little bit tighter. Yeah, and again, that side lighting. Explore different angles of light. Create Rembrandt, create butterfly lighting. All that sorts of stuff. I mean, I enjoy the parabolic look in the eyes, but. It's just move it around a little bit.
A slight rotation of the chin to the opposite side would allow that light to come down across the face instead of uplighting the nose there, which would be a little more flattering on that baby. Perfect. Thank you, everybody. That was our very last print of the category. Well done. We are not done yet, though. We do have to go through our reviews. So anything that's scored on the cusp of a scoring range, we are going to have another look at. And you've got your yes/no cards. So for those on the judging stream on YouTube, listening to us and not able to see what's happening here, I've just given our judges our yes/no cards. So as a print comes up in front of them, they will show me the side of the card. Yes, if they would like it to be moved into that next scoring range, or no, if they would like it to stay with the score that it has. So if there are 3 or more of the one side, then it will be a majority rules, which is how things are done around here in this instance. So we're just waiting for some of those prints now. But yeah, sorry for having to listen to my voice for 7 hours online.
You did great, keeping us on track. We caught up that hour, then we lost almost. Yeah.
Well done, Kelly.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you. It's been a privilege, honestly, listening to every single one of you give your feedback. I've learned a lot over the last 2 days, and it's actually hard to believe it's over when you think about it. It's gone really fast. Let's party, Johan said. We have a lot to celebrate, and we have some amazing print handlers in our room that have done an incredible job. What you don't see when you are at home is the delicateness that they take each print out of its plastic sleeve and they present it in front of us under the lighting conditions that each print is judged, and then they mark the score onto the entry form and then pack that print back away safely. So there is a lot involved, and they are literally on their feet all day. There are no chairs for them to sit on. And all of our judges are here on their own free will. They donate their time and bring not just their years of knowledge and experience, but they also bring their respect. They bring appreciation and they bring consideration to this. And that's what makes events like this possible. All right, judges, the current score of this print is 79, and it stays a 79. This print scored an 89, and yes, it will go to a 90. Becomes a finalist in this category. Congratulations to the entrant. This print scored an 89. And yes, it will go to a 90. Congratulations. He's now a finalist in the portrait category. This print scored a 79, and it will stay a 79. This print scored a 79, and it will stay a 79. print scores a 79. It will stay at 79. This print scores a 79. This print scored a 79. And it will now be an 80. This print scores a 79, and it will now be an 80. This print scores a 79. Will stay a 79. This print scored a 79 and will stay a 79. This print scored a 79 and will become an 80. This print scored a 79 and will remain a 79. We are done. Thank you, judges. Huge effort. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, print handlers. All right, yes, let's do that. Okay, we're still streaming here live. We're all a little excited because we've seen some amazing work over not just that category, but over the last 2 days. And what a treat to be able to listen to all of these judges deliver their feedback. And as I've said before, given all of their knowledge and experience, and it is a massive learning experience for anyone that's able to watch online or physically be here in person. So next year, I highly recommend it. Come join the party, because that's what we're going to do later on. I do want to thank again our sponsors for the portrait category, Global Imaging Products. They have been so incredibly generous to donate a $1,500 prize and also give the finalists a $100 voucher each as well. So huge prize there, which is amazing. And like I said before, none of this would be possible without our sponsors and these great industry suppliers getting on board and helping us, you know, not only celebrate our craft, but also come together as a community to reward amazing craftsmanship, which is what this is all about. So if you did not get the score that you want, please take all of the comments, the feedback on board and come back bigger and better next year. We look forward to seeing your entries. Thank you so much for tuning in and listening to us. We appreciate your time.
Tony, thanks for